Hello, Uncle Kerry and everyone in chat. It's your Uncle Mitch. You don't need to see me. What I'm going to show you is beautiful Hong Kong. Look at that. It's kind of windy up here on this mountain, but the view is spectacular. I'll be here for a week before coming home. So I just thought I'd give you a little taste of Hong Kong. So there you go. Bye.
Welcome in everybody to today's live video. It's Friday, the 5th of December, 2025. I'm Kerry Holzman, and our video is brought to you today by our friends over at VIP-URCDKEys. If you're looking for a legitimate, legal, and supported Windows operating system or Microsoft Office program, this is the place where I get my media from my customers. It's a 100% legit. It saves me a ton of money so I can be competitive in the marketplace. And I talk to them about making sure that I can offer this, my viewers, you guys, are able to buy the licenses that I buy without having to buy them in bulk. Yes, you could just buy one and still get the same price I get when I buy in bulk. So their website looks like this, and this is an older version of the website a few months back from September. And prices do fluctuate because the value of the dollar or the value of the euro or the pound is constantly changing every day, but they're usually within pennies. You just go fill out what you want. Make sure you put the coupon code of Kerry. That will save you 25%. Unless you want to pay full price, I mean, don't let me stop you. But if you want to save 25% in that little coupon code box, put in the word Kerry, and you're going to get an email with all the instructions you need. And that's that easy. If you run into any problems, they have support 24/7. They will support you for the first 6 months after purchase. And of course, if you still run into any issues, you're always welcome to email us directly here at the show, because this is a product I fully stand behind 100%. Even if it means I personally give you your money back, which we've never had to do. This is how I can be so confident to make that promise to you, that this is a real product. This is legitimate, this is genuine, and yeah, you could probably shop somewhere else online and save a few dollars, but you never know what you're going to get. It may not be legal, it may not be legit, it may not be authentic, it may not have any support or communication, and you know, if you're the gambling kind, don't let me stop you. I can't gamble with my business, I can't afford to lose my business, so I'd rather pay a fair price and know that I'm getting something that isn't going to end up haunting me in the future. Just one and done and get on with it. When you work at the scale that I work at, you know, you have maybe 1 or 2 computers at home, maybe 3. I have, under my years of doing this, several thousand computers are out there in the wild being used by customers who will call me anytime they have a problem. And it's not like my phone's ringing off the hook. So ideally, we build it with good quality parts, not the most expensive, but good quality parts. Build it well, take our time. Doesn't matter if it's a $500 computer or a $5,000 computer. We build with the same care and quality each machine, with the hopes that once we deliver it, we never get called back for warranty, because warranty costs us money and then we lose profit. And if we have too many callbacks and too many warranties, there won't be any profit left over to pay the bills, and then the business will close down. So it's not like I'm, you know, trying to be a goody two-shoes. I'm just trying to stay in business, and I'm trying to not have to, first of all, look inept to my customers where they have to call for service. We want to minimize that as much as possible. I don't want to seem inept to my customers when it comes to parts selection. If I'm installing parts that are failing, they don't care. All they know is whatever they bought from me was failing. It's on me. It represents me. So I'm not going to buy the cheapest thing so I can make a few more dollars on it when I sell it to my customer, because at the end, I'll lose thousands of dollars potentially if that product, that cheaper product with the higher profit margin, turns out to be a piece of junk. And they think I sell junk. Why would they come back to somebody who sells junk? So I'd rather make a steady amount, a fair amount of money, over a long period of time where the same customers come back and refer me. And that's really worked out for me. And as you can imagine, if I'm only rolling the dice once or twice, a gamble's not the same as if you're rolling the dice 1,000 times. If it's 50-50, which it isn't because the house always wins, if it's 50-50, I'm still going to lose confidence in half of my customers. And then the amount of extra money I can profit from that and the number of phone calls that I have to field and eat up my time to deal with it or choose not to deal with it, likely we have the same result, which is not being able to run a business anymore. So if you're wanting that same kind of quality, reliability, assurance, peace of mind, you're absolutely not going to buy the absolute cheapest thing that's out there. There's been some discussion with regard to the price of RAM and availability of RAM. And I see a lot of internet users, not so much anybody outside of the internet, just internet users that are claiming, you know, doomsday, they're out to get us, with Crucial stepping out, or Micron stepping out of the consumer RAM space, because right now the big industries that are working on AI need all the RAM they can get. And Crucial can sell every RAM stick they could make and still not have enough to fulfill the needs of these large companies. Whereas consumers, they're price shopping, they're complaining, some are scammers and trying to send back bad RAM, saying the new RAM they bought is the old RAM they're sending back. They whine and complain and leave negative reviews, where the big businesses don't do any of that. So I understand Crucial would much rather work with businesses. Me as a computer technician, I have said this time and time again, you want to work with businesses if you want to stay in business, if you're self-employed with computers, because consumers are too demanding, they're too fickle, they're too cheap. Just overall, not everyone, but where you're going to find your greatest frustrations and challenges in this line of work is working with consumers. They don't give you enough regular work. They think they're the most important person in the world, but they don't want to pay you. Like, if I was working on somebody's computer and they considered themselves to be very, very important, then they're not going to bicker about the price. I'm going to bill them. They can be as demanding as they want to be, and they're going to pay the bill and say thank you to me. That's a customer that's welcome to call me anytime. Other customers will want to have it fixed yesterday. We'll give you an excuse on why they can't pay you once it's done, or we'll complain that the letter I is the wrong size on their desktop and expect you to fix it for free when it had nothing to do with their repair. And they don't get it. They think you're a jerk. They're going to go on Yelp and Google and leave you a negative review, or you're going to eat it up, take it as a hit on the chin out of your own time, out of your own resources to try and please somebody who then you just empowered to keep coming back and doing it more and more with the same threat of extortion. So when it comes to Micron stepping out of the memory game for consumers, good riddance. Goodbye. I haven't been buying Crucial for years. I would prefer much better value in RAM and much better quality of RAM, in my experience, from Team Group and from OLOY. Now, some of these manufacturers, like SK Hynix, are sourcing their RAM from Micron. Well, Micron's still going to supply the RAM manufacturers. You understand? Because they're the big companies that are buying way more RAM than you and I will ever buy in our entire lifetimes, 100 million times over. So it's not even a comparison. As a result, what you're going to see in the marketplace, I'm predicting, is that the RAM prices, if RAM continues to be hoarded, the price will continue to go up. And then when people get this out of their system, and when the AI companies finally build out what they're trying to build out, then it'll drop to a zero value. Not a zero value, but it'll go back to essentially a supply and demand. If a lot of people all want it at once, then they can't keep up with it. It becomes more rare. The more rare something is, like diamonds and platinum and gold, the more value it has, depending on just how rare it is. When something is plentiful and ubiquitous, people don't care. Take it or leave it. It's only when they're told they can't have it, especially consumers, that they'll start hoarding. And when the hoarding starts, then the shortages begin, and then the prices and the scalpers, start happening. So how we choose to react to this is really up to each one of us, but it's a normal process of the marketplace. It'll be graphics cards one day, motherboards another day, SSDs one day, and it'll go on for a few months. Supply chain issues during the pandemic. None of this lasts forever. It's not against you. There's nothing for you to be offended by. It affects everyone equally the same. And if your computer is a tool, then I assure you, you'll get the RAM you need for it. If your computer is a toy, I don't really care. I mean, you might cry that your little toy isn't working, but I've got bigger fish to fry than worry about somebody's toys. Go enjoy your toys. I have no problem with you having toys. Okay? But I don't make a living building toys. If you have a little RC car that's not working, do you think you're going to take it to a professional mechanic and seriously ask them to fix your remote controlled car? They're going to laugh you right out of the building. Your whole car could be repurchased for less than what they make per hour, those mechanics. So if what we're crying about is our toys, it does feel like something a child would do. To me, that feels very immature and childish. But there's no law against being immature and childish. And if your computer is a tool, you will have the RAM and you will have the money to buy that RAM because it won't be optional for you. All of these businesses that need computers are still going to keep buying them. Dell's still going to be selling them. And yeah, they're going to be a little bit more money. But if you're using that computer as a tool, you'll have the money. You'll have to. Or maybe you just won't have a job anymore. If the computer is a tool, that means you're using it to make money. That's what that means. If the computer is a toy, then it's just a hobby. It's an elective, voluntary way that you choose to spend your time. And if that gets too expensive for you temporarily during this little window where AI companies are bulking up, find another hobby. I don't know what else to say. It's like maybe I like to go skiing in the snow. Maybe I like to go ice skating on the lake, but it's summertime. I'm not running a business over the lake. I'm not renting skis out to people to go. So I just bought some skis and I want to go snowing, but it's summer and there's no snow. So find something else to do. I can't change the weather and we can't change that marketplace. No matter how much we whine and complain about it, nobody owes you any RAM. You don't have a right to buy RAM at a certain price. If you can't afford it, find something else. If you use the computer for work, it's a tool. You're going to pay it because otherwise you're going to go out of business. And if you go out of business, you'll be unemployed and won't be able to pay your bills. So to me, this is a non-issue. It's always been a non-issue. And Crucial is not the only RAM manufacturer. I was raised in a generation that we were reminded time and time again, the world owes us nothing. Nothing at all. But we can do anything that we want to do. So if we didn't like something in politics so much it really bothered us, then go run for office and do something about it. If in a situation like this, we were really upset about Crucial getting out of the RAM business, this is a great opportunity for you to start your own RAM business. But to sit and whine about why somebody else isn't doing this for you, like you're somebody, why don't you do it? Start your own RAM business. This is a great time for you to become a self-made millionaire, but it'll take time away from you playing with your toy. But just think of the world you're going to help when you do it and think of all the money you'll make. But no, they don't want to do that either. They want somebody else to do it. And then when that somebody else doesn't do it, then they want to whine and complain about it. But they have, just as all of us have, the free will and the power to create these companies, to compete with them. And there's never been a better time. So how do you think AMD got started? How do you think Intel got started? How do you think Tesla and SpaceX got started? How do you think Apple Computers got started? How many of you are willing to get off your butt and do something about it versus how many are going to complain like you've been victimized because somebody else didn't do what you wanted them to do. So I don't really see this as any problem at all for me. My business clients won't care if RAM costs twice as much. It doesn't matter. People who really need their computers will do what they need to do, right? So if they need more RAM, it'll be there. They'll pay for it. The people who just want more RAM because they're just playing, it's a toy, it's a curiosity, it's a hobby. If they can't afford it, they'll just have to wait. It's not forever. Prices will eventually come back down. And if they don't want to wait and they don't want to pay those prices, they'll start their own company. And the irony is they won't have any time to play with their computer. They'll be busy running a company and making millions of dollars and helping other people play with their computers. So how many of you out there are willing to sacrifice in order to benefit not only yourselves, but society as a whole? Probably nobody watching this video is willing to do it. You're just waiting for somebody else. And that's okay. That's your choice. But don't be disappointed when other people don't do what you want. And ultimately, the only thing you have control over is your choices, your attitude, your response to a situation is 90% how we go through life. 10% is what happens to us. 90% is how we voluntarily choose to react to it. Richard Branson reacted to a bad situation in a way nobody else did and created an airline. He wasn't looking to do that when he woke up that morning. Some people just have it in them to solve problems, and some people just have it in it to complain when other people don't solve their problems for free. You can pick which side you want to be on, but just set your expectations reasonably, because you have no control and no say over what other people can or cannot or will not do. But you can control what you will do. And you may choose to not participate in the higher prices and just wait a year or two and prices will come back down. You might say a year or two is a long way away, but it isn't. We went through a year or two of the pandemic supply chain issues. You barely even remember it. When I talk about it now, people, oh yeah. It's always like when you're in the eye of the storm, you think the storm lasts forever. Nah, it'll be behind you in no time. It's really not a big deal. That's the way I see it. Now, if you guys have any questions for me today, we don't have anything on the bench to review or repair at this time, so we're going to make this all about you and your questions. Do you have any questions? I was just looking around the room to see if there was anything for me to demonstrate or show you. We do have a couple of more of the duplicate Pico KVMs. I'm feeling like you guys are probably a little KVM'd out right now. There's also a big misunderstanding of people. Some of the people that watch these videos are trying to use something in a way it wasn't intended and asking me how to do it. So, for example, if I have this electric screwdriver and I say, I love this electric screwdriver, it's amazing at what it does, which is to remove and extract screws and bolts. And someone says, well, could I modify this to take out rivets? Well, probably, but that's not what I would do. And I'm not going to tell you how to do that because I wouldn't do it. What I would do is buy a rivet removal tool. It doesn't sound like you're looking for a screwdriver. So buy the right tool rather than buying the wrong tool and then forcing it to work. So people will see the KVMs and they'll ask me questions about circumventing laws that prevent them from watching shows. Could I use this to watch my shows? And I cannot assist you in circumventing the law. I can't do it. I'm not a hobbyist. That can come back and actually be a violation of YouTube terms. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm not law enforcement, but I cannot assist you in that. That's not what the tool is designed to do. So I see people and you go, look, this is a rabbit. Okay, this is a rabbit. It hops. It's got big ears and it likes to eat carrots. It likes to burrow holes. And you go, some viewers will say, can I train it as a guard dog? No. if you want a guard dog, you probably want to be watching a video about guard dogs. And what's so puzzling to me is no matter what, I show something on the video and I say this tool specifically answers this problem. Somebody takes a completely unrelated problem and said, is there a way that I can solve this problem with that tool? No, not reasonably, not without a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of experimentation. No. Like if you want to do that, have at it, good luck to you. But there is a different tool that does what you want to do, but that's not what the video I made was about, so I don't understand that question. Like, it's like I showed you a car and you go, but can I turn it into a bicycle? Not easily, but you could just buy a bicycle. It'd be a lot cheaper. And I have seen a trend of this going on in the last few months here on YouTube with commenters that are completely disconnected from the point of the video, which was how to solve a problem. The viewer has a different problem and they're trying to tie what I'm showing into their problem when my video was never about their problem. If instead the viewer said, hey, I've got this particular issue, is there a tool that you can recommend for me? I would love that. Instead of, how can I modify a tool that wasn't designed to do what I need it to do so that it can do what I need it to do? Well, first of all, you don't buy the wrong tool. Let's start there. So that is a new trend I'm seeing where everybody wants to modify things. We're living in a world where that doesn't need to happen anymore. You have no reason to have to craft your own stuff or modify brand new things because they weren't designed and weren't sold to do what it is you're trying to do. But I guarantee you there are tools out there, oftentimes less expensive, and certainly could be just taken right out of the package and used without any modification, without voiding any warranty. And you know, maybe somebody just likes taking a tool and misusing it. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just saying, if you're asking me, that's not how I run my business, and I wouldn't want a surgeon or my dentist to have that mindset that they're going to modify tools to work on me instead of buying the right tools. Like, I don't know why it would be okay for you to do it, but you wouldn't let a doctor or a dentist, like a surgeon, do that to you, would you? I wouldn't. No, use the proper tools, or I'll just go see a surgeon that actually knows what they're doing and has a little respect for me and shows a little courtesy with regard to the industry they're working in. And if a doctor had an experimental tool, that we would discuss why that experimental tool exists, and they would consult with me and get my wishes about whether or not I would approve them to use that tool. And there'd probably be some kind of disclaimer I would have to sign because it hasn't been vetted out, and that's why it's not a tool available for sale. So then the question is, if you went to a different surgeon or a different dentist, would they do the same thing? Probably not. They would probably know how to use the tools they have to take care of you. So if you wouldn't let somebody do that to you, why would you do it to yourself? Maybe it's fun. Maybe it's a way you spend your time. That's fine. It's hard for me to relate to because I don't run my business like that. So I'd be the wrong guy to ask. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you know I'm running a business, I'm going to give you business answers that are sustainable, affordable, get it right the first time. And I'm not going to give you hacks and band-aids and sweep dirt under the rug. You can find that from any enthusiast. I'm not interested in that low of quality and that lack of disrespect to the person asking the question, that the consequences they'll live with for my answers aren't my problem. I don't live in that world. The answers I give, I expect to be held accountable to. So if you don't like the answers I give, it's probably because you want to hear what you want to hear instead of hearing what a professional would do. And you're just not going to get that from me. But there are, you know, other YouTube channels that don't have any sort of, that don't have the same values I have. And I'll be happy to tell you whatever you'd like to hear. Since they're not being held accountable, they'll encourage it, even, you know, point you in the right direction, and you can walk right off the edge of the cliff to your, you know, demise. And oh well, I won't participate in that. So It's not me being a jerk. I'm not going to sacrifice myself potentially to participate in something that I would never do and I would never encourage and I would never condone. I also wouldn't tell you not to do it. I just won't be a part of it. That's all. But if you want to do it the right way and you want to have support and help, if the right way turns out to have some unintended consequences, I'm still going to be here for you. I'm not going to run away and say, not my problem, because that's what most of the content creators do. And they're allowed to. They're not breaking any laws. I just run my YouTube channel the same way I run my business, and I'm going to tell you the same answers I tell paying customers. So I want you to keep that in mind when you're asking me questions. I'm going to give you the professional answer. I'm going to give you the answer that somebody would pay for. An enthusiast may just tell you whatever it is you want to hear, and it doesn't really matter if it's right or wrong. And they don't hold any accountability or liability to any potential consequences it causes you. So it's not on them, it's on you. You're the one who made that decision. And they're not wrong. Those enthusiasts aren't wrong. If that attracts viewers and that pays the bills to just tell people what they want to hear, and there's no downside to it for that person other than making money, you could certainly understand their motivation. But I'm trying to run a business and build a reputation of being reliable, affordable, consistent, honest, transparent, and as much as possible get things right the first time. And they're two different worlds, that's all. So whatever world you choose to live in, that's your choice. I'm not here to tell you one world is inferior and one world is superior. I have my preferences, and you have your preferences, and I'm not going to change your preferences. That's only up to you. But I want you to have reasonable expectations to know the difference, right? Some people don't know the difference. So that's what I'm trying to do here, is I just play it straight up, answer your questions the same way I would with a client. And if a client's being difficult, I'll tell the client, I don't know what else you want me to say. If the answers that I'm providing you, you don't find acceptable, it would probably be best that you call around and find somebody else that you have a better rapport with. I'm not making exceptions. I'm not saying, for example, this is the way I do things, except for that guy over there. No, there's no exceptions, because that one exception could be the hole that sinks the entire ship. So just to look out for myself, I don't really have a choice unless I'm willing to roll the dice and hope for the best, which, let me tell you something, I don't go to casinos. I've never won. I've won little amounts, but then I end up just rebetting those little amounts, and eventually I'm run out of money, and it usually happens within minutes or maybe a couple hours. I've never left a casino with more money than I came in with, never in my life. And it usually happens pretty quickly. So I know I'm not good at it. Whatever that skill is, I don't have it. So the only way I can win is by not playing. And the same affects when I get set up with these enthusiast questions. There's no way to win that. I just don't participate in it. I go, no, I'll tell you how I would do it, and that's it. So unless there's other circumstances that hadn't been expressed that might get me to change my mind, that's not my fault if those circumstances weren't presented to me during the original question. So I do my best to genuinely help everybody as though they were paying customers here. And I encourage you to ask questions that you really want to know a true professional answer to. And we'll do that here in the live chat today. So if you're watching this, I hope you join us in our chat room, because we'd love to have you. We'd love to have these discussions and with each other, just talking to each other. A lot of people have become friends in our community, even though they've never met each other. So beyond the video content, there is the chat room content, which is its own content that we encourage you to be a part of it. And you can do so right now. It is it's completely free for you to join the chat room. We only ask that you're a nice person. Just be nice. If you're not nice, then you can stay out or be kicked out. I'm honest. I'm just going to tell you. Everybody in there is going to be nice to you. So we'd love to have you in there and join us and say hello. In fact, let's say hello to who's joining us now. In our live chat, we have 3D Everything and Jonathan Fells, Mark Baggett and Luke Greenia, Eddie Casanova and Chris Johnson. Our friend Buster saying hello from Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh right now is 41 degrees Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius and raining. And Buster sends his usual Amazon gift card in lieu of a super chat. And thank you, as always, Buster. Always great to see Buster. You want to talk about, one of countless kind, generous, thoughtful individuals in our community. Buster is a shining example of that, but at the same time, everybody whose name I've already read off is also a shining example of that. And that's what you're missing out on if you don't voluntarily pop into our chat room while we're live and just say hello. All you have to do is say hello and just watch what happens. Doman 2000 says hello. He says it's finally Friday again. Finally. Andy W6AD says hello. Let's see. Gary Tatum says hi, everyone. Sean Skinner joining us along with Francis Orna saying hello. Bradley Pagliaro joins us and says hello. Welcome into Bradley. And Caniac 44, Peter VZ. I know Peter joins us from the Netherlands. David Graham says hello. Martin Erickson joins us. He says, just wait for the AI bubble to burst. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly going to happen for a few of these companies. There's too many AI companies, but it may take a while. So if you look at like streaming services with Paramount Plus and HBO Max and Apple TV Plus and Hulu, you're starting to now see the combinations of one buying another. Like right now, there's Netflix talking about a merger with Warner Brothers or buying Warner Brothers. That would be a massive, massive leap for Netflix. And the smaller players that just can't make an arrangement with another player, they're just going to go away. And when it's all said and done, you're likely going to have one or two big streamers left over. So this is traditionally the way things work, but it often can take a lot of time. So when Netflix first came out and they were just renting DVDs and things like that, it would be hard to foresee back then that 15 years later, they may become the dominant producer of new movies and television shows across all media. And they're not there yet, but if anybody's got a chance to be there first, if this merger goes through with Warner Brothers, that just makes them a bigger fish, which makes another smaller player easy to gobble up, and it all just gets put into one thing. Now, is that a better thing that now one company controls the majority of the media and can charge whatever they want? And we're back to this sort of monopoly type situation that without the competition, you might feel like they're charging too much. But with the competition, paying $8 for this one and $12 for that one and $17 for this one, and you go, well, I'm paying too much because there's just too many streaming services. If you want it all, then you want to see these mergers happen. And you would expect that, if you were to combine the price of all of those individually, it would still be cheaper once they're all combined, but the price would be higher than before when they weren't combined. But you're going to see things like if the Warner Brothers merger happens with Netflix, and I believe it will, but I've been wrong. It's kind of leave like CNN out in the cold. And honestly, if CNN went away, I wouldn't care. I think the 24-hour news cycle has been very, very bad for our culture and our society. This nonstop fear-mongering that the media promotes out there seems too irresistible for most people to have the discipline to look away or to avoid it. So we're running into a lot of people that are very upset about things that have no impact on them whatsoever. It's just a weird human behavior where people start getting involved in picketing things and protesting things. And when they're interviewed to ask them any details about why it's so important to protest, they can't give any specific answers. They don't know why. So not everybody, but I'm saying there's enough of it that it's a little problematic from my perspective, that it's just, I guess people just don't have a job to go to. They have been convinced this is something important, even though it doesn't necessarily affect them themselves. And even though they can't specifically say what's wrong about it, they're just there to support something, to give themselves a higher purpose. This is all driven by media. And I don't know that that's really getting anything done other than creating a lot of anxiety with people and creating a lot of skepticism. And, you know, maybe a little skepticism is healthy, but I think the skepticism needs to be pointed over at the news, not necessarily in any particular news item. And if you were that worried about it, instead of writing a sign and holding up a sign, I would try and, like, if it bothered me that much, I'd become a part of that thing that I don't like. So I'll give you a real world example. A friend of mine, they moved into this home, brand new house that has a homeowners association. And they had put up a custom mailbox, which looked like a little cactus made of wood. It was very nicely done. And the homeowners association said, you cannot have that mailbox, it's too wide. Because the little cactus arms, the little tiny cactus arms, they're counting the width of that, and that's in violation of our terms. And if you don't, at the very least, cut off the arms of the cactus, which is going to make it look terrible, by the way, then we're going to start fining you, you know, $500 a month or whatever it is, until such time as we put a lien on your house and take it. So they cut the arms off of the cactus, and then, so their home backs up against a man-made lake, and they had a satellite dish. And the homeowners association said, we can see your satellite dish from the lake, so you have to move it or cover it with something or take it down, or we're going to start fining you. I mean, this isn't hurting anybody. And how many people live across the lake that could even see it? Or how many boaters are coming by? Oh, there's a satellite dish. Cover the children's eyes. It wasn't like it was 10 feet in the air. It was on the ground, pointing up. So my friend's mother, who was the owner of the house, had enough of it, and she joined the homeowners association and got herself elected. That's how you make change in the world. Not by writing a sign and protesting, not by going to the homeowners association meetings and complaining. You've got to be willing, if it matters to you that much, get yourself elected on the board of the homeowners association. Then you will have the authority and the power to make changes. Then something will get done because you will do it. You won't be demanding somebody else do it. If you demand other people do things, and yet you have no authority, you should expect resistance. That's what I've learned in life. And if you're not willing to make the effort to change it, but you are willing to go out and write up signs and protest it, I wish you the best of luck in the effectiveness of that process. But I know which one's more effective from real experience. Doing it myself or waiting for somebody else to do it. So that's why a lot of things we do on the channel, we're not relying on other companies or other people to see something through. Now, when it's like a warranty issue and we have to follow a company process and it's going to take a certain amount of time, then the company's the one calling the shots, and we're just glad to have it done for free under warranty. On the other hand, if a company won't honor their warranty or they won't do what they're supposed to do, then we definitely want to make other buyers aware of it. And it's not really to punish the company. It's that we're protecting our audience. We're protecting our viewers. We're saying, look, if you buy this brand and they do to you what they did to us, and there's nothing we can do about it, maybe you want to think about that before you buy that brand. Maybe buy a different brand. But we're not trying to punish. We're trying to protect. We're trying to protect thousands of consumers. We're not trying to punish one obscure company that very few consumers overall in the market ever buy from. But sometimes people think what we're doing is not really what we're doing. They think it's some kind of revenge. And no, we're trying to protect our community. So if you're a community member and I have warned you and I've said, look, this is an unacceptable experience we've had with some company. We won't be working with them again. We don't recommend their products, but we're not going to tell you not to buy them. If you want to buy them, go buy them. But then don't come running back to me going, hey, they burned me too. Well, duh. We didn't say they're going to burn everybody all the time, but they burned us. And if they burn us, they're likely going to burn you too. So at least you knew that before you made your purchasing decision. I did my job. I warned you. You made your decision. I don't have any bad feelings about what happens. Now, if you buy it and you don't have any problems with it, you're like, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Mine's been great. That's wonderful. Good for you. It's great. And trust me, we would prefer if we had that experience. We didn't want to have the negative experience. And then when we had the negative experience, we didn't want them to pour salt in the wound and then not honor the warranty or see it through and take responsibility. And if a company shows that proclivity, that under certain circumstances, they make an exception to hold up to what their promise is with their warranty to take care of their customers, then we're going to be honest and transparent about it and say, if that's okay with you, go buy from them. It's not okay with me. So, and it shouldn't be okay with any of my customers. If I sold a computer to somebody and they had a problem with it, and I said, I'm not going to fix it under warranty, what would you think the customer's going to do, right? What should I expect as the business owner? So it's all equal all the way around. And then, of course, expectations are set accordingly and decisions are made accordingly. Those expectations are yours to come up with. Your expectations are yours to come up with. I'm just providing you with actual information, not something I read online, but actual experience I'm sharing with you. And it's up to you to go, well, that guy's an idiot. I would never have that experience. Or you could say, wow, I'm glad he told me because I don't want to have that experience either. What if that happened to me? Whatever decision you make is your decision to make. But if it does go sideways, you were warned and you did it anyway. And if it doesn't go sideways, hey, great, then you made a good decision for yourself. And I wish that it would have worked out for me the way it worked out for you. It's okay when things don't work out so long as the company honors their warranty and takes care of you. It's not really a question of what happens, how reliable is a product. It's irrelevant how reliable a product is. The question is, will the company take care of me in a circumstance that something happens? And if it turns out something happens to us here on the channel and the company doesn't take care of us, we're going to let you know that. And we're probably going to say we're never going to buy from that company ever again, just as I would expect my customers would say to me if I did that to them. I'm not holding anybody up to a higher standard. Of course, we never wanted it to fail. That's a big enough issue. So, okay, it failed. It happens. There's no such thing as a perfect product or a company that doesn't release products that sometimes fail. The question is, how does the company choose to respond and take care of their customers? And that's what we're looking for, is so that even if you were to have a bad experience, you still have the peace of mind that this company has a reputation for making sure you're happy after the sale. Or this company has a reputation for not caring. Now that they've got your money, you can go away. And we're just trying to separate the wheat from the chaff here. And then you can decide if you want to buy the wheat or if you want to buy the chaff. But understand they're two separate things. And so you're not going to be surprised or blindsided. You will have known what your risks were. And if you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. Doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm not trying to punish the company. I'm trying to protect you. I'm trying to make sure you understand. There's a difference that all these companies don't all operate the same. They're supposed to by law, but some of them just make up their own rules and don't really care what you think. And so when we identify that, which thankfully is rarely, we want to make sure that we share that news with you, because that's more important to me than reading about somebody's friend's sister's boyfriend had a problem. I don't want to hear those stories. I want to hear what you've experienced. You have personally experienced, not your friend, not some other YouTuber. What have you experienced? That's the most valuable information online. And that's why when I read information online, I'm always wondering, who is this coming from? Who is this person? For all I know, they're trolling me. None of anything they're saying could be true. They're just trying to pull the rug out from under me, and they're trying to get me worked up and upset. And everything they wrote is fiction. So I always have to consider the source of that information. And when the source of the information is from somebody that is personally experienced it, that's much more valuable to me than just information in general. Picard 2005 joins us here in the chat and says hello. Tan Ram says, I bought all the cheap DDR4 RAM modules from CEX. I'm glad I did. A lot of it is team group kits, 16 gigs, so I can build PCs all day long. Great. Peter said, nowadays you need a computer to live. Otherwise, you can't pay your bills via smartphone. I'm not aware how things are in the Netherlands, but anything a desktop can do, a smartphone can do in regards to paying any bills. I'm not aware that, at least here in America, that there's any bill from a house payment to a credit card payment to PayPal or eBay, Shopify, and Etsy. It can all be done on a smartphone. I don't know why you think there's a difference, but maybe there's something different in the Netherlands. I don't know. But nobody in the United States that is, looking to pay bills requires a computer to do that. You can, and again, a smartphone is a computer. It's a computer that's very portable that runs off a battery that has a phone application in it. It's not really a phone at all. So I don't know why you think one computer is different than another. They're all kind of the same. If one can do it, the other one can do it. Now, if you're doing something really graphical demanding and the phone that you're using doesn't have those specifications, then it's a technical limitation. But as far as I know, there's no technical limitation to paying any bills or even visiting any websites. Not that I'm aware of. Unless those websites are like video editing tools and things like that, that may be cumbersome to do on a phone. But a browser is a browser, right? So if you're opening a browser on your phone, or you're opening a browser on an Apple or a Linux or a Windows computer, if it's Firefox or Chrome or Edge, it's all the same. I mean, it may display differently, but I'm not sure I understand why anybody would need a computer to pay a bill. At least not here in America. Every bill you've got, you can pay with your phone, a smartphone. Sabashito says barrier to entry is too high to enter silicon manufacturing. Oh, so you've tried this? What exactly was the first, when you tried to create your own silicon manufacturing business, what was the first barrier to entry you personally experienced? You see, people get this information online. They've got no experience. They don't know what they're talking about. And one sure way that you can tell when somebody has no clue what they're talking about is they're lacking anything specific. They're assuming what they're reading is true, and therefore have already concluded it's not worth trying because they will fail. No successful business that exists today started with that attitude. So as long as you have that attitude, you have prophesized your own failure. I assure you, there will be new silicon manufacturing companies in 2026 and 2027 and 2028, companies that don't exist right now because they haven't been created yet. And I can assure you, some of those companies will be brand new ground up startups. They're not spin-offs of other companies, which will have those too. This idea that you have placed a barrier that doesn't actually exist in front of you saying we can't go any further is the common attitude of somebody who never tried. That's it. So you might as well just be honest and say, I can't be bothered to try. You're already discouraged before you even began because you've read information that you believe to be accurate. It's your choice, but it doesn't mean you're right. I mean, you're right for you. You're right. As long as you believe that, you will never be successful in any industry. So once you can fix that, then you could actually solve the problems. Everything from SpaceX and PayPal and Amazon and Facebook, all of these things couldn't be done. And people will tell you why it can't be done. And then somebody went and did it. Edison couldn't make a light bulb. It wasn't possible. It's always impossible. There's always a barrier you can't get over. And then somebody goes and does it. Oh, well, I guess it was possible. So what changed? Physics, the law of the universe, or the attitude of the person who pursued it? Because if you're truly after something, you'll find a way. And if you're not, if your heart's not in it, and you've already given up before you began, yeah, you don't have what it takes to become a business owner in that sense. It's just not in you. If you want it to be in you, it's possible. It's a choice you're making. And you need to choose differently or pursue more experience or education academically to have a better understanding of foundations of businesses. But it is, you know, people said Tesla couldn't make cars. The barrier to entry, or just the safety regulations alone. Plus, the guy has no idea how cars are made. He's running Tesla like a software company. Plus, all the car manufacturers have already tried this, and it's a big economic loss. It's not profitable. It's not sustainable. And so all the electric cars went away, like the Honda, the EV1, and who made the EV1? Was it Honda? And they recalled all these cars and crushed them. Can't be done. So this guy, the Silicon Valley guy, is going to build a car where they don't build cars. He's got no car building experience. He knows nothing about the government safety regulations. And he's going to run this like a software company. What a complete moron. Well, look at him now. Not such a moron anymore. And all the car companies came back and started seeing how he was doing it so they could reverse engineer it. So Ford could offer theirs and Chevy can offer theirs. All of a sudden, the electric car is possible again. And it's always the same with people. You can go back to history, to the very earliest inventions, and it's all these people, can't be done. And then somebody does it. And then we all benefit from that, and they get really rich. Look at the number of things Benjamin Franklin has invented. Just this one guy. And this one guy has dozens of inventions, some of which we still use today, like bifocals. That's Benjamin Franklin. And yet 17 people invented nothing, but this one guy invents, let's say, 17 things. Is it the person? Was he just smarter than the rest of us? Or did he just have a different attitude? And I would posit he had a different attitude. I don't think he's smarter than anybody. And if anybody really thought about it, anybody could have done it. But they couldn't be bothered. And the one who could be bothered is the one who did it. And since we live in a society where people are expecting other people to do things, the default is to sit on the couch and wait for someone else to do it and then complain about it when it's not done. And I'm just saying, you don't have to complain about it. If it really, really bothered you, you'd do something about it, and you wouldn't accept any barrier. Those barriers don't exist unless you choose to believe them. Mark Gaines said, Kerry, if I had to replace the RAM in my laptop, it would cost 120 pounds. Well, and look, we could have had this conversation a few years ago, and that's what the price was, and we'd have thought nothing of it. And let me give you an example. When I got my first 1 gig, not 1 terabyte, 1 gig USB flash drive, the reason I bought it was the very first 1 gig USB flash drive under $100. It was made by SanDisk. I still have it and it still works today. I even have the receipt for it. This was incredible. The first 1 gig flash drive under $100. I had to have it. That was a bargain all day. Now, if I tell you I'll sell you a 1 gig flash drive today for $100, you'd probably tell me to go kick rocks. You can buy those all day long for $10, and it'd probably be faster. Well, RAM was a lot more than 120 pounds for a laptop just a few years ago. And the value of the dollar is worth less today than it was a few years ago. So it's not even like the value of the dollar is the same. Well, our dollar keeps getting deflated in value. You can't buy as much for a dollar today as you could back then. Back then, it still cost you a lot more than it did today, just on the retail price. So if the RAM you were buying was $60, and now it's $120, but the RAM you were buying 10 years ago was $60, how much value has your pound or your euro or your dollar dropped? How much buying power does it get you today versus 10 years ago? So even though, yes, the prices have gone up, comparatively speaking, they're not really any higher than they were. We're just used to the price being low. And RAM is one of those things you don't really need more. Like most people, they want more RAM, but most people don't actually need more RAM. Your RAM can be virtualized onto your solid state drive, so you can use as much RAM as you need. You don't have to go out and buy it. I've been saying this for a long time. People have been wasting their money buying way too much RAM, and they're buying it because it's cheap. There's no real good reason to have it. It's an emotional buy. It's not a logical buy. Now, there's always going to be some exceptions, but overall, 99% of the people that are buying all this extra RAM absolutely don't need it. It's a complete waste of money from my experience and what I'm seeing. So by raising the price for something you don't need, let's say, for example, I like a candy bar. And that candy bar, when I was growing up, was 25 cents. Now the candy bar is $2 and it's half the size. I don't have to buy it anymore. I don't live on candy bars. I'll go without. If the candy bar is that important to me, I'll pay the $2 for it, and I'll go without something else if money is tight. At some point, I'm going to have to make a sacrifice for what I truly want and sacrifice other things I don't want as badly. If we want to live in a world where we can just have everything we want all the time, just be wealthy. But if, like most of us, you're not wealthy, then we need to start making better, more responsible decisions on how we're investing our money. And there's no better way to get started than to have something like, what does the government do when they want you to lower down the amount of people drinking and lower down the amount of people smoking? They tax the heck out of it. So a pack of cigarettes in the 1970s was probably $1. I don't know. And now a pack of cigarettes will cost you $6 or $7 because of all the taxes. People go, oh, it's too expensive to smoke. Oh, well, if that's the reason you're quitting, great. Hopefully you were quitting because you wanted to make a healthy choice, or you wanted to invest your money to put your kids through school, but now you don't have the money because you've invested it all in cigarettes and you can't quit. At some point, you're going to have a breaking point where the price is not sustainable anymore. And it's unfortunate that the government has to direct their citizens in this way, that citizens lack the self-discipline. They just weren't brought up with sacrifice, or they've forgotten it, and they've gotten spoiled in demanding. And that spoiled and demanding nature is the number one reason a company like Corsair or Micron doesn't want to do business with consumers. So consumers are creating the very problem by complaining about the problem. And before there was a problem, as far as consumers were concerned, there was always something else to complain about in that industry. So because of all that headache and all the nonsense, if you're the business owner, wouldn't you rather sell all of your inventory to a handful of large corporations that aren't going to write negative reviews about you and get on Twitter and Reddit and write about you? And they'll buy as much as you can make as fast as you can make it. Or would you rather sell to consumers that'll say every little thing is something to complain about? They might try and scam you. No matter what you charge, it's always too much. Their customer service line isn't any good. They're so needy and so demanding, and yet they're going to give you one sale, two sales, versus one company buying everything you make. Now, if you're the business owner making that stuff, why would you tolerate the consumer? Just be done with them. Sell it to a business, and then that business can choose to sell it to a consumer. Let it be their problem. It's sort of like, I have a number of machines here that people say, why don't you put a machine up on Facebook? Well, because I don't want to deal with a Facebook or a Craigslist buyer, which is mostly a lot of tire kicking and question asking and very little actual buying, who then wants to lowball me on the price. In many cases, I see people they want to buy it cheap so that they can flip it and make a profit on it. I'm losing money on it. So the more I lose to this complete stranger, just so I can sell a computer, the more money they make with zero loss at all. If I allow that to happen, I could sell every unit I've got. Somebody would be happy to basically steal from me. So why can't I sell it for the same price that the flipper wants to sell it for? I could, but then that means I am held accountable. If the computer has a problem, they're going to call me. And they're going to expect that call for free. And then when you have that discussion, you go, look, you're out, this was sold as is. I'm happy to help you, but I got to bill you for it. Or you're a scam artist. You knew this thing was broken when you sold it to me. Why sell to that market? I don't want to sell to that market. But I could sell it to somebody else and let them sell to that market, let them deal with it, because maybe they don't mind it as much as I do. Or maybe they don't have a reputation. Maybe this is a side hustle and it's not their main way of earning income, so who cares, right? If I can sell it, I'll sell it, and if I can't, or rather, if the customer's pissed off, they can go kick rocks. I don't care. I got a regular full-time job. I'm just doing this on the weekends to earn a little extra money. And if those people are trying to take advantage of me, they can get lost. That's not an attitude that works in a real business. But yeah, if you're selling at a swap meet, or you're selling at, you got a table set up somewhere at a market, customer comes through and you sell them something, and you say, here's how you reach me, and you give them false information, they won't know until they get home that the email address was misspelled or the phone number's wrong. You'll never see or hear from that person again. And if you're honest and you give them your real contact information, they might just blow up your phone with, how do you do this and how do you do that? And this doesn't work. I plugged it in and I'm not going to, and you find out they didn't plug it in, right? You have to basically tutor them on how to plug the wires in. And so you're doing more work at something you've already sold at a loss. And the more you allow them to consume your time, the more money you're losing, because you can't use that time to help somebody else that's paying you. You got to pick one or the other. So when it comes to the consumer side of things, it's a very difficult way to stay in business. When you look at the business side of things, I have business retainers that pay me on a regular basis, that don't have unreasonable expectations with regards to hey, Carrie, I opened up my computer and I put more RAM in it and now it won't boot. Okay, that violates the terms of the retainer. You're not allowed to open up the computers. If you wanted more RAM in it, your retainer already pays for your labor. All you have to do is make a phone call or send me an email and say, we want to upgrade these computers to this much RAM. I will get the RAM for you and I'll bill you for the RAM. Or I'll send you a link on what RAM to buy. If you're worried that I'm going to price it, mark it up, I'll say, go to this Amazon link, buy this RAM. When it comes in, let me know, and I'll come in and I'll install it for you. I'm happy to work with a client. And there won't be a charge for the labor because they're on a retainer. And it's in my benefit because I'm the one that's got to support it. So I want to make sure it's done right, and I'm not going to keep getting calls. It's not how it is with consumers. Consumers will willy-nilly and mess around and then ask you to dig them out of the hole they dug themselves in. And then they want you to, while you're there, dig me another hole and let me, pepper your brain with 1,000 questions while you're trying to focus on your work. And then when it comes to paying the bill, I'm going to ask you if you can, maybe give me a break on the bill. It's not typical of business. And then even if you do everything the customer asks you to do, you're still not likely ever going to hear from that customer ever again because they never had the money to begin with. You were like a last resort for them. They didn't want to have to call you. They don't have the money to pay you, but they're stuck and they don't have a choice. So it's almost like your punishment to them. And even though they might say, thank you for fixing the problem, the truth of the matter is it's like having to call a plumber. Nobody wants to call a plumber. They call a plumber when you have to. And you might be appreciative that the plumber, fixed your problem. And then you might say, wow, this bill is really expensive. Told you what it was going to cost. I gave you the estimate. You approved it. Well, while you're here, could you look at this? Well, I'm going to have to bill you for that. It's not included on this bill, but if you want me to go look at it, we can add it to the invoice. They don't like that. They'll say, yeah, they'll leave a review. The guy was really good, but they charged too much money and, wouldn't look at things for free. And you do a 5-star job, you're going to get a 2-star review. All too often with consumers. That rarely ever happens where one business leaves a review for another business, good or otherwise. When I acquire a new business client, they're not looking at my Google reviews. They're not interested. They're more interested in other business referrals. And that's usually how they heard about me to begin with, is some other person running a business they know told them, this is the guy we use, maybe you want to call him. And that's primarily how my business has grown, is just through word of mouth. I don't advertise, I don't do any of that marketing. What I do is a really good job consistently prioritizing my retainer clients so I can have a regular income to rely on. Instead of wondering, am I going to get a call today that I can bill for? I know one way or the other I'm getting paid. The clients know they're not going to get screwed over by me taking longer to fix a job because I want to earn more money that day. So I don't turn a 1-hour job into a 3-hour job because that doesn't benefit me. So they know I'm motivated to get in and out quickly. They also know I'm motivated to not have to come back and do it again. So I'm motivated to get it done right the first time. And if you can see, it's a win-win. They're benefiting by paying a lower overall price, and I'm benefiting because so long as I do my job the way I'm supposed to do it, I'll have a profit. And if I'm in the middle of learning something, they shouldn't have to pay for that. So if I go over my allotted time, I don't bill them for that. Now, some people do. I don't. I go, hey, that's not your fault. I didn't know what I was doing. If I knew what I was doing, it shouldn't take me that long, and it'll never happen again because now I've learned. And the price of that education will be, I'm going to lose a little money this month, but hopefully in the following months, I'll earn it back with less work from that one client that still got me on the retainer. So it's not always one way. Sometimes it flips the other way a little bit. But overall, I have to be in a profitable situation in order to sustain the business. And I need my clients to be able to trust me, to rely on me, to say, to be there when I say I'm going to be there, to fix it when I say I'm going to fix it. And everybody's happy. Everybody's expectations are met. And then when I send the bill, I get paid. They don't go, hey, could you lower the bill down for me? No, never happens. Not from a reputable company. So that's why when it comes to all this consumer stuff, and it's all the consumers that are online complaining, or rather the complainers are all consumers. Not all consumers are complainers. All right. So yeah, am I worried about the RAM? No, it doesn't matter. It won't make any difference in my business at all. Kay Morton says, it's funny that people replace a $3,000 video card every year with no complaints, but memory goes up and suddenly the world's on fire. I know, it's consumers. Again, businesses don't do this. It's just only something that you'll see on the internet. Jim Kenny joins us and says, hello, there's Dazzle555 in the chat. Tonram said, if someone paid you to build a retro computer, would you do it? Would I build a retro computer? Well, my question to you would be, how would I warranty that? So, and what is a retro computer anyway? Are we talking about a computer from 1952? Are we talking about a computer from 1975? Are we talking about a computer from 2009? What is a retro computer? One of the big mistakes, and if you watch any of the car repair channels on YouTube, there are mechanics that will warn the viewers that there's two things mechanics hear time and time again. One of them is, can I buy the parts and have you install them? And some mechanics are rather unscrupulous, in my opinion, and they'll say, sure, what do I care? You could buy the crappiest, cheapest, broken components on the market, and you can pay me by the hour to install that component. That component, like a water pump or a timing belt, that might require taking the whole front of the engine off. New gaskets, sealants, we put it all back together, and I'm just going to bill you for my time. And the timing belt is built wrong, or it has an issue and the car's not fixed. Whose fault is that? Mechanic did what you wanted him to do. You bought the cheapest parts possible. Aftermarket auto parts right now are getting really, really bad. I was watching a video, just for an example, a gentleman that has a YouTube channel called Pine Hollow Auto Diagnostics. This guy's in State College, Pennsylvania, and he's really, really good. His name is Ivan, and he understands electronics, how to measure ohms, how to read schematics. He's not just turning a wrench and replacing parts. He's getting cars that other dealerships and mechanics have looked at for weeks or months and can't find the problem. And within a couple hours, he can isolate down exactly which wire is broken, find it in the wire loom, pull the wire loom back, show you the exposed wire, and say, that's why the car's not working. He'll get a soldering iron out, he'll fix that wire, and he'll reroute it so whatever it's rubbing against to begin with, it'll be further away, so this will never happen again. So he shows you how he goes on his diagnosis. Of course, he's got the computer that can read the codes and everything that the car is telling him, but he also reads the schematics. And so one particular issue that comes to mind in this example is, well, there's two, but one of them is a shop had rebuilt a Subaru engine, and the engine's just turning and turning and turning, and it won't start. So you go through all your basics, you know, is it getting gas? Yeah. Is it getting spark? Yes. Is the cylinders have compression? Because if they don't, like if all of the cylinders have no compression, it sounds like the valves aren't opening in time. That means something's wrong with the timing belt. Maybe it skipped a few teeth. It's really smart diagnostics. And this is really a puzzle. This thing's been in the shop for months. Nobody's been able to figure it out. And he starts reading the electrical signals coming off of the crankshaft position sensor. And then he's reading the signals in the spark plug firing, and he realizes they're 180 degrees apart. So clearly somebody put the crankshaft position sensor in backwards. So he goes and he looks at the crankshaft position sensor, and it can only go in one way. So internally it was wired backwards. So is this a part that came from Subaru? No, this is a part that came from Amazon. Somebody was trying to save some money. And now they haven't been out, they've been without their car for months, and mechanics they have no idea. So this guy actually traces it down, identifies exactly where the fault is, grabs another crank position sensor that's an original equipment manufacturer part, puts it in there, car starts right up. It's actually a very simple repair. It doesn't require tearing the engine apart to get to it. It's a wiring harness and a couple of screws and you're done. And nobody could figure it out until this guy got it. I admire that so much, because a lot of people just throw parts at it until it fixes it, and it's a very slow and expensive way to get anything done. This guy will measure the ohms on a wire to see, okay, the wire's connected, but is it carrying enough electricity through it? Because if strands of wire are rubbing away and now you only have 2 strands of wire left, you still have continuity, but you may not be able to carry the amperage load that you need for that, whatever that thing is doing. And there was another mechanic on another channel I like watching where somebody had replaced the hood latch. They had a problem with the hood latch, and sometimes the car wouldn't start after they replaced the hood latch. You wouldn't think a hood latch would have anything to do with car starting. So they're diagnosing, everything from fuel line rails and coils and spark plugs and cleaning out the injectors, and they can replicate this problem all day. And he's just kind of running out of ideas. And this is, I think the guy's name's Sherwood over at Royalty Automotive, another great diagnostic and repair channel. And he says, before this problem started, what was the last thing you changed on the car? What was the last work? And the guy said there was an issue with the hood latch, and he went on Amazon and he ordered a new hood latch. And it seemed like after that, these problems started. He's thinking, no, that can't be right, Well, out of curiosity, he says, do you still have the old original hood latch that you took out? Would you bring it in so I can look at it and kind of compare them side by side? They don't even look the same. And he goes, you guys have to stop buying these parts from Amazon. For the love of all that's holy, this is getting worse and worse and worse. So he goes to the dealership, finds out the actual hood latch from the dealership is half the price of the one the customer bought on Amazon. Puts that hood latch in, problem solved. And sometimes the inner workings of these cars are connected together in ways you wouldn't expect. One guy's car is stalling. When he steps on the gas, it loses power and it stalls out. So you think, well, maybe there's a clogged filter, fuel pump issue. Nope. Fuel pressure's there, never goes away. We check spark plugs, you checked injectors, you check your coil packs. Everything's perfect. And yet you can replicate this problem over and over and over again. So what's happening? Got to talk to the customer. What was the last thing you had done to this car? Well, the headlights were getting foggy. And so rather than replace the headlights, which are expensive, the whole assembly, we just got brighter LED bulbs and put it in there. But these don't have daytime running lights, so we just disconnected the daytime running lights and didn't hook them back up. The problem is now the engine computer, isn't communicating. It's getting no communication from the daytime running lights because he unplugged them. The LED headlights are sucking down so much power, it's creating like a power dip in the ECU. When it's generating more power to provide that engine what it needs when he's stepping on the gas, it's going and it's just dipping down. All of this because the customer changed out his own headlights And instead of putting the headlights back in that are supposed to be in there, actually there was nothing wrong with the lights themselves. There are cleaning kits to clean the fog off the assemblies so you can clear them back up again. And this customer is trying to take the easy way out. And a reasonable person wouldn't realize that these things are all interconnected, and a signal could be draining power to something else that needs another signal. And then it's creating these weird engine problems. The car doesn't shift right, for example. Or people put the wrong spark plugs. There was one he was diagnosing. This is Ivan over at Pine Hollow, where the engine was misfiring, and the customer did a tune-up and they replaced the spark plugs. But these Japanese cars, they like NGK spark plugs, but NGK spark plugs are like $18 a piece. So this guy went with some other brand of spark plug that was cheaper, and the car engine computer doesn't like it. And so what is the fix? Take these spark plugs out, go get the right ones and put it in. Was there any money really saved here by buying the spark plugs twice? The cheap ones and then the expensive ones? You should have just bought the expensive ones, been done with it. So if a mechanic were to put the parts in that you provide, is it the mechanic's fault that you now have these consequences? Well, it would be if the mechanic provided those parts. It would be the mechanic's job to return those parts and replace those parts, because the mechanic's the one who provided them, the mechanic's the one who could replace them. You can't. The warranty is with the person who bought the parts. And you would expect that mechanic, because they made a bad decision, if they have to rip the whole front of your engine off for another 8 hours of labor to get another timing belt, that's on them. That's what you paid them to do. Otherwise, you could have done it yourself. So the problem is when you have customers who want to save some money and go, here, put these parts in for me, then there's a consequence and you say it's the installer's fault. It's not. The installer has no control over your parts and can't warranty your parts. And if the installer needs to have those parts removed so you can return them, you're going to pay the installer for that. And when the return parts come in and you give it back to the installer, you're going to pay the installer for that. How is this saving you any money? And then if 3 months later you have a warranty issue with one of the parts, because the installer didn't provide those parts, you're going to pay the installer to do it again. So if you really want to save money in the long run, you find a reputable installer that sells quality parts, that stands behind their work. And if there are any consequences, you have peace of mind. You take it back to them and they're going to fix it at no further charge because it was their mistake and not yours. And he says he's happy to be an amateur computer guy. Well, there's nothing wrong with being an amateur computer guy. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Most of the viewers here on YouTube are exactly that. And I hope that you're coming to the channel to learn this stuff, that's all. Understand why it works this way, why we do certain work differently than home users do it. And when you're asking me questions or you're looking for examples, I'm not going to show you the way a home amateur does it, because YouTube's flooded with that already. So I'm just here to present you with a perspective that's not often shown here on YouTube. Peter with a €2 super chat from Peter from the Netherlands. Thank you, Peter. David Graham with $2 says, I am RAM rich. And maybe you'll be RAM richer as the next few months go by. 2026 should not be a good year if you're looking for great bargains on RAM, but you will be able to buy it. It's not like you can't buy it. There's plenty of RAM for you to buy. It's just not as in abundance as it was, but it's not sold out. It's not like nobody's got it. You just may not want to pay that price. That's a different problem. So if you've got extra RAM and you wait a few months, you might want to sell it. Depends which one's more important. Would you rather have the cash or would you rather have the extra RAM? That's your decision. Flynn, Arizona says, hello, Carrie. Thank you for sharing. Welcome in. And Crayons Vat says, hey, Carrie. Welcome into Crayons Vat as well. There's Michael Lavelle joining us. Mike Super says hello. And James Fisher, Josh Kinder all saying hello. Marsman50 joins us. Mark Gaines says, Carrie, since my HP laptop passed MemTest 86, what else can I check? Was the laptop the thing I connected to remotely? I'm assuming that's the same computer. Because what I'm suspecting is going on with Mark Gaines' computer is I think he has a corrupted Windows 11 installation. And I wanted Mark to check his RAM, because when you have bad RAM, that's often a symptom, is file corruption. What I would recommend is a clean install of Windows 11 if you can do it. In other words, if you're okay with wiping it out and just starting fresh again with a new install, I think that's going to solve all your problems. But Mark has more than one computer, right? Because he's got the computer that he had the liquid cooler on, and I thought that's what we were working on this whole time. I didn't realize we're working on a laptop. So if this has been the laptop that's, not registering the TPM correctly according to the optimizer, if this is the laptop that I was connected to when I connected remotely the other day, and the RAM on this laptop says it's good, there's something wrong with your Windows 11 install, and I don't know any better, faster way to fix it than to just wipe it clean and start over again. And I bet you all these problems go away. But for some people, they don't want to do that. So I just want to kind of get your feel on that, Mark, to see if that's something you don't mind doing or something that you would rather avoid. Tim Gillis said, I tried your keys but couldn't find Microsoft. You don't find it. You go in our video notes. Is there some reason? Can you guys explain to me, anybody, why viewers don't read video notes? Do you not know what video notes are? Do you not know where they are? Do you not know that every single video ever posted on YouTube in the history of YouTube has a video description under it with critical information oftentimes about anything discussed in the video, so that you don't have to go looking and guessing? So Tim, do you not know what a video description is? Or is there some reason you're refusing to use the links under the video? Or do you not know they're there? Because the links take you directly to the Microsoft products. You don't have to go on a search for them. I'm puzzled why people, it's like I'm telling you something's right over here and you're choosing to walk that way. And I'm like, why are you going the long way? Wouldn't you just, did you not see me pointing? I'm not making fun of you, trying to understand what am I doing wrong or what can I do better to make people aware that these links are there for you so you don't have to do what you just did and then don't have to ask a question that I can't find it. You never had to find it. All you had to do was click on the link in the video notes. It'd take you right there. No thinking required. So what part did you not know, or what part wasn't clear to you? Please tell me so I can adjust how I'm explaining this to other people that could be more effective. Breathing Space says, hello everyone, I'm involved with music and video creation. I'm using external USB drives to save my work. Is that the best way to store and access large amounts of files? Thanks from New Jersey. I use a network attached storage device. The problem with the USB drives is if one fails, do you have another copy of what's on that USB drive, or is your stuff just lost forever? For me, if we're defining large the same way I think of large, and you have a number of those large files, to me it's a no-brainer to go with a network attached storage device. It's still not a backup, but at least with something like a RAID 5, if you have a hard drive fail, you're still okay. You still want to back that up, but you're not messing around with individual drives. Where can I find this file? Did I put it on this drive? Did I put it on that drive? It's all basically 3 or more drives working together as one large, what we call a RAID array. And they're very inexpensive. And you just plug it into your network. You never have to plug and unplug drives ever again. And any computer on your network, if you want, can access those files. Or if it's just one computer, that's fine too. That's what I would do. And then I would use like a large backup drive to back up that data in case something happens to that unit. You could also use cloud services, Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive, etc. It's just going to cost you a lot more in the long run, and it's slower. But you could totally do that. Just put it all online, put it in the cloud. But it's a little slow and quite costly. Mortant joins us and says hello, so welcome into Thomas. Some folks are talking about my earlier statements about homeowners associations, and Morton said, I don't need anyone to tell me to cut my lawn or move my trash cans from the curb. It's not about you. It's about your neighbor who parked a school bus in front of your house, and it's been sitting there for 10 days, hasn't cut his lawn, and the house is falling into a blight scenario that you're right next door to, and maybe they like to blast their stereo. So if you live in an HOA, it's not because you want to be told to do it. It's that you want to ensure that the neighborhood you're living in is being well maintained and cared for, and that somebody can't come in here and just diminish all the property values. So it's not about what you are told to do. It's making sure your neighbors are getting it done so that you don't have to live around it. Neighbors can make your life miserable. And if that's a world you want to live in, go buy a house outside of an HOA and roll the dice. On the other hand, if you buy a house in an HOA, the HOA could make you miserable. But everybody in that whole homeowners association all has to follow the same rules. And if anybody breaks the rules, they come down on them equally as hard. You got to pick which one you want. I had a neighbor that parked a prison bus in front of my house. I went over there and I talked to him. I said, I don't want you parking your prison bus. There's a big blue bus that says Arizona Department of Corrections. Why do you have this? Oh, I'm going to work on it. You're not supposed to be working on cars in your garage, but the city doesn't really do much about it. But if you were in an HOA, they'd shut that down in 10 minutes. Depends how important it is to you. There's John Williams joining us and saying hello. JFK Esquire says hello. Welcome in, everybody. LJ Wham says hello. There's Bajin Guy joining us here in the chat room. Still working my way down through this chat room here. Rick Lakes joins us and says hello. Hello to our friend Rick Lakes out there in Minnesota. I bet it's getting cold out there. Martin Eriksson said Northvolt in Sweden crashed and burned, so you have to know what you're doing, what that's about. Cord Oliver says, tell me how much better it is to put your information on the web for all the crooks to see than just keep it at your local bank or source. Whatever local bank or source you're using is online. So I guess, you know, last I checked, your head moves in two directions. And so if you're crossing a road and you're looking, like here in America where we drive on the right, if you're looking to the left for oncoming cars, and it's clear for you to cross the road, but it never occurs to you to look to the right for oncoming cars, you're still going to get hit by a car. Well, I looked. Yeah, but you didn't look both ways. The idea that by you putting your stuff online, your stuff is not online, is in itself a flawed thought. The minute you own a credit card, your information's online. The minute you have a social security number, your information is put online. The minute you pay taxes, your information's put online. The minute you open a bank account, your information is put online. The minute you conduct business in America today, generally speaking, that information is online. So I'm giving you maybe a more digestible way of looking at it. Let's say I have a great login and password to my email. No one's ever going to guess it. But the company that I use for my email, they get hacked and the user name and databases get stolen by the hackers. I didn't do anything wrong. I had a good secure password. I was doing everything right. Let's say my credit card. Let's say no matter where I go, I always insist, don't walk away with my credit card. You bring the machine to me or tell me where the machine is, I'll walk over to that. I want this in my line of sight at all times. I don't want a server to walk away with it and then come back and say, here's your approval, blah, 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 you just signed the receipt. But just because I do that doesn't mean the bank that owns that credit card, that processes those payments, doesn't get hacked because they lacked some security protocol and now my identity has been stolen. Because in order to apply for the credit card, they need to know my first name, my last name, my address, my social security number, my telephone, and I just trusted them with all of that information. And I did everything correctly. My card wasn't stolen because of anything I did. My card was stolen because of what the bank did. If you're only responsible for yourself and you don't rely on any transactions with third parties that are electronic, you do everything in cash, then I can understand your perspective. But just because you're doing everything right doesn't mean, and nor should you assume, that any other party you are engaged in, be it a bank or any other service online that you voluntarily choose to participate in, it's like you're not even considering that. Just like you're making this assumption, they're always going to stay up to date and secure. And yet these stories keep coming out in the news time after time. Even your own government, where you are required to have a driver's license or an ID or a voter registration card if you want to vote, or whatever it is. Those agencies get hacked all the time and the entire database gets drained. But you did nothing wrong. So you cannot eliminate yourself from identity theft. You can only do what you can do, and you hope that whoever your choice of bank is, or credit card company, or your local government municipality that you pay taxes and utility bills to, that they are doing everything they're supposed to do. And it's when one of you doesn't do what you're supposed to do, for whatever reason, that you lose your identity. It's not just because of the decision you made. You can't control what they're doing, but you will suffer the consequences of it, the same as all their other customers. And this happens every day. Just go to bleepingcomputer.com and look at the news over and over and over and all over the world. It's just over and over and over and over and over. If you think you can avoid it, you better go live in the woods somewhere, live off, a homestead, and stop going to the grocery store, stop going out into the public where there's crowded spaces, stop transacting anything electronically, stop using electricity, have a well, have a septic tank, put up a little windmill like a solar power generator or wind generator so you can have electricity, pay for everything in cash. I mean, if you want to live like it's 1752, it's not against the law. If you want the convenience of what it is to live in a modern society, because you can get a lot done very quickly, very efficiently, then you also have to take the downside. You cannot just go, I just want the upside of it. I don't want the downside. I like how fast I can get from place to place in a car. It's so much better than walking or riding a bicycle. But every time I get in that car and drive, there's a chance somebody runs a red light and can kill me or severely injure me and the people I care about that are in my car. And I go, you know what? Well, that's possible. I'm going to do everything I can to just look around for these people that are driving, not paying attention, or having a bad day. And, if somebody's concerning me, just let them get ahead of you. Just go. I got all day. Because if you're in a hurry, you're trying to get somewhere, and because of that, you get into a collision, not only will you be at fault, not only will you now be without a car, but however late you thought you were running, you ain't going to make it. So we're willing to trade off the risks for the benefit. And if you don't want any of the benefit, then you can avoid all of those risks. On the other hand, let's say you're living like it's 1752. You've got a cabin in the woods. You don't have any lawn to mow. There's no HOA. There's no electricity. There's no internet. There's no cell phone, because you don't want to be tied to anything because someone might steal your identity. But how would you know if they stole your identity? Because if you're not using any of that and somebody else is, and they're putting credit cards in your name and they're buying things in your name and creating credit in your name, but you have no connection to any of that, how would you even know? So you're still not avoiding it from happening. You're just choosing to remain ignorantly, blissfully ignorant by not knowing. So if you don't know about it, then I guess it's not happening. That reminds me of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where they have the don't panic. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, on the cover of the book, it says don't panic. And there's some glasses you can put on. And if there's ever danger that could cause you to panic, the glasses go black so you can't see the danger. So if you can't see the danger, you won't panic. That doesn't mean the danger isn't there. It's still there, but you can't see it anymore. And if you can't see it, you've got nothing to panic about. That's the sarcastic wit of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It also means that if some people want to cause you harm and you're living in the middle of nowhere, you're homesteading, and some thugs pull up in a car all dressed in black with guns and break into your house, there's going to be nobody available to help you. And if you call for emergency services, I don't know how long it's going to take them to get to you and if they can get to you in time. You're welcome to live that way. But in your mind, if you think living like it's 1752 is utopia, and you see all of the electronic convenience that kings and queens of not even that long ago didn't get the quality of food that we can have. They could, it used to, before refrigeration, it was all about spices just so you could eat food. The spice trade. Boy, those were the good old days, huh? Where you could jump on a ship for 3 months to go move some cloves. I mean, okay, if you think that's better, I really don't think they had any problem with identity theft back then. So it's your choice. I will take the convenience with that risk, and I will do the same when I get in a car. To me, it's worth it. Even though I can't control how somebody else drives. I could be doing everything right and somebody slams right into me, and it could kill me. I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. The same is true with your identity. It's not up to you solely to protect your identity. It's up to everybody you do business with to protect their identity of their customers. It's out of your hands. Jim Senku says, why do I still have the receipt for that 1 gig SanDisk? Well, it was pretty miraculous that you could buy a 1 gig flash drive for under $100. It had never been done before. And I said, I'm going to save this receipt because I know in 10 or 20 years, I'm going to present this to people and they're going to go, I can't believe you paid that much money for a 1 gig slow flash drive, and how happy I was about it. I used to carry around a VHS camcorder, and I've got a lot of videos of like the science fiction conventions and things that I did, because I knew in 20 or 30 years we're going to look back at this and it's going to feel very nostalgic. I try to take pictures of every car I've ever owned, because right now I can barely imagine like all the details. And I'm so glad everything costs money to take pictures, right? You had to pay for the film and pay for the development. So it's not like I spent a roll of film to take a picture of a car. But I have a picture of nearly every car, at least one picture of nearly every car I've ever owned. I also, once I got the VHS camcorder, walked around the car, showed the interior. And now 30, 40 years later, as I predicted, I love looking back at these videos. They're the only record I have outside of my own personal memory, which isn't as clear and detailed as those videos are. Those videos don't lie. It's a part of my life that as I get older, those memories fade or get forgotten. And I can go back when I'm in that mood and play those tapes, which I've converted digitally, of course. They're just files on a hard drive now. And I can see myself and hear myself when I was younger. I can see the style of the avocado green appliances and the linoleum floors and the design of all the cars parked along the street. And there's some nostalgia, and it's like, wow, I forgot how bad this was. This is pretty terrible. But at the time, we were pretty happy with it. So in much the same way, right, I've saved the receipt on that 1 gig flash drive, knowing one day I'm going to look back at this and go, I cannot believe I paid that much money for something that terrible. I've always been that way. I've always said, you're going to want to see this years from now. Sometimes in the 80s and the 90s, when I was walking around with a camcorder, people are like, why? Do you just film everything? And I'm like, trust me, you're going to want to see it. So like at the science fiction conventions, when I did that in the 80s and the 90s, I find some of these folks that we used to hang out. We don't hang out anymore, but I find them on Facebook. And I take the video and I send it to them on Facebook Messenger because they're in it. And there's nobody that's seen it that didn't go, oh my gosh, thank you for sending this. Nobody said, destroy that. Get rid of it. I never want to see it again. Never. They completely forgot about it. And then they get to see themselves how they were 20, 30, 40 years ago. There's no denying it's them. Their brain triggers, they remember me filming them. And usually they go, do you have any more? Is there any other ones that I'm in? I'd love to see it. I want to show it to my wife. I want to show it to my kids. And I knew that when I was filming it. We're going to want to see this later. Why do you think I'm making videos now? Because in 40, 50 years, these videos are going to have a whole different appeal, which is, well, look at the color of his wall. Look at the kind of clothes he's wearing. Look at the style. Look at the quality of the video. Look how terrible it is. Look how much money they were paying for just junk. And then there'll be people who go, I remember that junk and I was so happy to have it. That just seems to be the culture I was raised in anyway, that, you know, my parents had photo albums that you could go back and go, well, here's a picture of you when you're a baby. And they're all just kind of faded. The colors aren't very vibrant, but we're happy to have them. You'd go on a vacation, you take photos. Why do we do that? You can go back and relive that in your head years later, go back to your photo album. Well, now we don't need to have those photo albums. We had stacks of photo albums. Classroom pictures of all the students. I found a school photo of me in second grade, and I can't remember the name of my teacher. I can remember the name of every single teacher I've ever had except second grade. So I'm thinking maybe I had the same teacher for second and third grade, or first and second grade. So I scanned the school photo, right? It's the whole class, the principal, the teacher. It's got the year, the name of the school. I scanned it to preserve it, because that way the colors won't fade on the scan. And the actual photo over time, it'll eventually be blank at some point, you know, like Back to the Future. So I love digitizing these old photos because then they don't get any worse. And I found the alumni of the school has a Facebook fan page, and I posted it there. And this person said, oh my God, that's me in the top right. I can't believe it. And then I just had a little fun with it, and I put it into Grok will do animating photos. So I had Grok, I told it to animate everybody in this classroom photo. And so people are looking around, and it's really freaky because none of us ever did that, but it sure as hell looks like it in the animation. And if I could find the other annual photos of that school and of all the schools, I would share them so other people could have them. But one of the things that benefited me is somebody said, oh, that was Mrs. Kember's class. Mrs. Kember. I don't ever recall having a teacher named Mrs. Kember. Okay, but this is you in the photo. That's me. And that's the teacher. That's the teacher. Yes. We all agree with that. Yes. Can you tell me what you think that teacher's name is? I don't know what it is. Well, when I tell you it's Mrs. Kember, what's the problem? Well, it's not ringing a bell. Like, I'm not going, oh yeah, now that's not happening. I don't recall ever having a Mrs. Kember. What happened to me that year? Was I somewhere else? That's so weird. And the only record I have of that is that photo and the other students that were there with me who can identify it. Because my brother couldn't tell me the name of that teacher. My mother couldn't tell me the name of that teacher. My father couldn't tell me the name of that teacher. They weren't there. The only people that could tell me the name of that teacher were people who were there at that time who also had that teacher. Or that information would be gone forever. That's not the end of the world, but I mean, that's a piece of my life that I've lost. And thankfully, by sharing that online, people were able to fill the gaps in for me. And I now know that teacher was Mrs. Kember, and I had her for like second grade. But it sounds like we're talking about somebody else. But undeniably, that happened. So it's still kind of weird. But without those photos, I'd say, no, that's not right. That can't be right. Because I would remember, right? It would come back to me. But I can remember teachers before her. I can remember teachers after her. That's the only teacher I cannot remember. So I don't think it sounds right. That's not the teacher I had. Is this your photo? Yeah. Is that the teacher in the photo? Yeah. Is that you in the photo? Yeah. Her name is Mrs. Kember. Well, I guess it happened. I wouldn't know that without this photo evidence, and also people that were there at the time who also appreciate seeing themselves because they didn't save the photos or they got lost. So yeah, that's the kind of person I am. I'm always thinking ahead. I'm always thinking like, we're going to want to see this in the future. This is something we need to preserve. And when film was expensive, I was very finicky over what I took pictures of because I didn't have the money to keep developing film. But nowadays you take a picture of everything, and now it's gone the opposite way where we're taking pictures of every meal we eat. That's got to be fun to look back. Look, let me show you a picture of a meal I ate in 2017. This was my breakfast. I don't do that. David Graham said in the 1920s, a house could cost from $4,000 to $6,000 and bread was 5 cents. And the annual salary of a working man was $1,000 a year. Okay. But in the 1920s, the average square footage of an American house was, if it was a brand new house, they were much smaller than brand new homes today. So the price you're paying per square foot in the 1920s, based on the value of the dollar, it isn't really all that much different. If you think about it, you wouldn't have had air conditioning, right? You wouldn't have had necessarily decent insulation by today's standards. But let's just look at it. The average square footage of an American house today, let's see, average square footage of American home 2025. So your average new home today is around 2,408 square feet, 2,190 square feet, somewhere between 21 and 2,400 square feet. And then the pre-existing homes that were built earlier in the 2020s or 20-teens, about 1,800 to 1,900 square feet. The homes in the 80s and the 90s were about 1,500 square feet. Homes in the 1920s were 742 square feet to maybe 1,000. That's it. Like if you had a 1,000 square foot house, or 1/3 the size of an American house today, a new American house today, it would make sense that it would cost less because it would be on a smaller piece of land. It would involve less material, and the amount of square footage you have inside the house is 1/3 smaller. So yes, things have gone up, but at the same time, things have gotten, better building materials. There's no lead in the paint. There's no asbestos anymore. All of the health hazards, you got away cheap, but you were also giving yourself cancer. Good savings. So oftentimes there's so much more complexity than oversimplifying what we were getting and how we were getting it was an effect of the price. It wasn't just, well, we're making more money now. When you compare the value of a dollar in 1920 to the value of a dollar in 2025, it's very different value. That dollar can buy a lot more in 1920 than it could in 2025. You should know this. So when you actually work out the cost per square foot at that price, at the value of a dollar, what does that equate to in today's money? And if you multiply that times a modern day house that's 2,000, 3,000 square feet, plus the modern amenities like having a refrigerator and electricity, a lot of homes early on, when did the average home have electricity? We take so much for granted, like it was always there. And electricity is one of those things. When did the average American home get electricity? What year was that? It was the middle of the 1920s and as late as the 1940s before homes got electricity. And it wasn't until the 1950s and 1960s that almost all homes across the United States had electricity. So it started in the mid-1920s, and then electricity became more popular, and it took 40 years before the entire United States that sort of became normal for everybody to have electricity. That's not even 100 years ago. We're just talking, there were homes in the 1950s just getting electricity 75 years ago. Think about that. That wasn't that long ago. What were we doing before that? And yet, before that goes back to the beginning of time. 75 years compared to the beginning of time. This is a pretty recent innovation that's going to add to the cost of the house, right? So your house in the 1920s probably didn't have that. That would also be reflected that the cost of the house would be less. It's not like a house is a house is a house. And that early electricity, that tube and knob, whew, oh boy. You want to talk about a fire hazard. But then a lot of houses burned down from lanterns, because that's how you'd light them at night, with these kerosene lanterns, and the lanterns caused more house fires than any other tragedy that was occurring prior to electricity. Not to mention the toxicity of the emissions of the flame and the burning of the gas. Stomach cancers in the late 1800s and early 1900s. Look up the statistics of how many people in America died from stomach cancer and compare it to today. Might have cost you less to live back then, but you didn't live as long. Billiard says, can I get Windows 7 back? I miss it for my music show. You can do whatever you want. I won't stop you. RLD said, I bought a Windows 10 Pro retail box version. I have an installer USB on it, version 1909. My main question, are these flash drives read-only? Yes. Can I update it? No. Now, there's no benefit to getting any media. I don't know why you'd want to. Doesn't make any sense. You can buy a flash drive on Amazon for as little as $2. That's 8 gigs in size or larger. Sometimes you can get them even bigger for $2, $2.50. You go to Microsoft.com and you'll download the latest version of Windows 10 or 11 for free and legal. And you'll put that right on your flash drive. In fact, Microsoft has a tool to do it right for you. Type in download Windows 11, and the first link that pops up is Microsoft, and there's your options, and just follow it through. You never have any reason to buy anything other than a product code. And those USB medias, that's all like, might as well be on floppy disks. Why are you doing that? Just because you can? Or do you have a valid reason? Or are you just curious? Those are read-only. You cannot change them. So that's what you bought. It's completely useless today, completely obsolete. And it's cheaper for you to just build your own. Make sure you get the latest version of 10 or 11. Microsoft offers it to you for free. You just need the flash drive to put it on. Flash drives are cheap. And that other one can go in the trash can or put it in a museum. Mark Gaines, oh, I see, he's finally got back to me here. I have 3 desktop computers and a laptop. I don't mind giving a clean install of Windows 11 a try, Carrie. That's what I would recommend, because it seems like Mark is having a weird issue. If it's on the laptop, Mark, that says its TPM isn't on, and that laptop's an AMD laptop, that's the one I was connected to, it definitely has something funky happening, and if it's not the RAM, it sounds like it's file corruption. And a clean install, if we're talking about the same computer, is what I'm recommending. Because I think that's going to solve it all. But we won't know until we try. So if you're willing to give it a shot, let me know how that goes for you.
Tonram said, I experienced quad channel memory kit, passed the memory test, couldn't load, so I moved the modules into different slots and the errors went away. That sounds like an AMD system. Is that right? Mark Gain says, no, Carrie, that was my desktop you were connected to. Okay, so then it's the desktop, I think. Whatever one I was connected to, it seems like that's the one I wanted you to run the RAM test on. Something's going on with that. That's the one, isn't it? Aren't we talking about just one computer? The one I connected to. I didn't connect to 3 of them, right? I only connected to one. And the reason I connected to it was the TPM isn't reporting correctly. That's an AMD system. And I believe that system that I connected to remotely needs a clean install of Windows 11. I don't know anything about your laptop or any other computers. All I know was the one I was connected to. That's the only one I've been talking about this whole time. So that's the one I would recommend a clean install of Windows 11 on. Jim Kenny says, on a members only show, there are little or no video notes. Yes, that's because what ends up happening with members only is we have viewers that the way YouTube runs the members only like listings is that if everything I talk about in a traditional video is linked in that video, then why do you need to watch the video at all? Just go to the video notes and skip the video. So if a members only video is one you have to pay to watch, in other words, you'd have to be a member to see this video, but the contents of that video are all listed in the video notes, then anybody that's not a member can read. Why would we give away those videos to non-members who don't want to support us? So with members only videos, we're working with a much smaller audience that we're much more informal with. So we're more one-on-one, right? It's not just me talking to the world, it's me just talking to members. So I would rather talk to you personally if there's any clarification you need, but I can't do that for the world. But for the people who support us, it's important for me that I make sure they feel like they're getting value for their support. And for the people who don't support this, I don't want them to get the same value by simply reading the video notes. So on the members only videos, I do what I can to minimize the video notes down to bare minimums. In most cases, they're blank, so that you can't just read the video notes and say, well, I didn't need to watch the video. Everything he talked about is right here. Now, if I had it my way, regular public folks wouldn't be able to read the video notes of a members only video, but I don't make the rules. That's a YouTube thing. So I'm just reacting to it. Andrew Murray says, hello. Hey, speaking of car repairs, Greg Salazar just rebuilt a smashed Nissan GTR himself. Yeah, a lot of us computer techs are into cars. I know Jay's 2 cents is into cars. Doug Betts was a mechanic. I started off going to school to be an ASE certified mechanic. Martin Erickson said, how do I use a printer with fax without a landline? You don't. Fax implies a landline. If you don't have a landline, you can't have a fax. But what you can do is you can use a website. So if we go to Google, let me share this page with you. Let's see, display not display capture, I want capture. There it is, right? And you were seeing my previous search about when homes got electricity. Anytime I want to know something, the first place I'm going to go to try and serve myself like a buffet is I'll jump over to Google or Copilot or something like that. And I would say, how can I send a fax without a landline? And there's a website right here called efax.com. So what you would do is, there should be like a couple free ones that you can do here. They stop the free option. For free. I have to add that to the search. For free. Fax Zero. I've used Fax Zero. So let's go to Fax Zero. And there are some limitations, but essentially what you can do is use the scanner part of your printer. If it's a fax machine, it has a scanner. Use the scanner part of your printer to scan in what you want to fax, because that's what you're doing when you're faxing it. You're scanning it. But instead, save those scan files on your computer, and then go to Fax Zero and fill out the information and choose the files. There are some limits. The page limit is 3 pages or 25 pages, depending on what says. See the FAQ. How do I send more than one page? And you may have to, do this 2 or 3 times. If you're trying to send, like, let's say, for example, I have all these separate images, and I don't know how to stitch them together into one big image. Because if I could stitch them together into one big image, I'd only choose one file. But let's say we've got 3 pages, 3 images, but I still have 6 more pages after that. I would have to do this 3 times, attaching those 3 images, and you'll get an email confirmation that it sends, that it goes through correctly. Then I do the next 3, and then I do the next 3. If that's too troublesome, you can pay for a fax service like that first one I went to that's like starts at $5 a month. Or you can go to a local like mailbox store. A lot of them still have fax machines, like FedEx, for example, if you have a FedEx store, or if you have a postal store. One of the services they offer is the use of the fax machine, and they charge per page. And they'll load the page, you hand them the pages. They'll load the pages in the machine, punch in the phone number. It'll dial out. You'll see the pages get scanned, and then it'll end, and they'll give you your pages back with a receipt, and you walk up to the cashier, pay your receipt. It's usually 9 to 15 cents a page, but it does require you to go to them. Or you can buy a landline. Mark Leibowitz says, okay, I'm home sitting at my laptop where I can be interactive, as opposed to driving home where I was just listening. Well, welcome in, Mark. He goes, now I get to answer an email from another client for whom it isn't enough to suffer from a massive case of analysis paralysis. He wants me to suffer from it too. Well, as long as you're getting paid for it. Mark Leibowitz said, I'm an amateur computer guy and a professional computer guy. I would say all professional computer guys are amateurs, but not all amateurs are professionals. Eichmann wants to know when Microsoft's going to roll out the new start menu. Microsoft has to, there's over how many 100 million Windows installs? So Windows can't roll it out to everybody at once. There's no way anybody can tell you when you specifically are going to get it. Some people have it already. Most of us don't yet. I personally, it would probably take me 3 weeks to notice if the start menu changed. I don't launch applications from the start menu anymore. So personally, like my personal feeling is I don't care. They can update and change something I don't use. What do I care? I'm not using it. I'm not going to start using it because they changed it. And I could not give a rat's behind because I'm still not using it, except very rarely. I feel like that's an old-fashioned way to get your programs loaded. I don't know why you would need the start menu anymore. I'm struggling to understand. Can you explain to me what benefits you're looking forward to in the start? Tell me what I don't get. What are you seeing that I'm not seeing? Are you just interested because they've changed something and you can't wait to see how it's changed? Because when it comes to the start menu, I just don't know why anybody needs it. Maybe occasionally, but for the most part, that little search box next to the start menu is all I need. It's much faster for me to get where I want to go by simply typing in WO if I want Word, or CON if I want Control Panel. It's so much faster. It gets me exactly where I want to go. I don't have to sift through an alphabetical listing looking for the Gigabyte motherboard app. You know what I mean? I can just start typing GIG. There it is, hit enter. I don't understand the purpose of the start menu anymore, and no matter how much Microsoft changes it, I feel like we're going backwards with that. So yeah, please let me know, educate me. What is it you're looking forward to that makes something better? Explain to me how it's going to make something better for you, because we probably use our computers differently. But you'll get it when you get it, basically, and nobody gets it all at the same time. So it's impossible to know where you are in the queue, but you are in the queue and you will eventually get it. But nobody can answer your question, I guess is all I'm trying to say. It's not possible to answer that question. David Graham said, I'm considering on using a webcam. If I use a webcam on my PC for Windows Hello, or a key and a webcam breaks and I replace it, would my Windows Hello be the same? Well, you have to get a webcam that supports Windows Hello. Not all do. If a webcam breaks and you replace it with the same make and model of webcam, then the Windows Hello won't be affected. What can affect Windows Hello is the quality of the webcam, its ability to translate the lighting in the room, in your face, and the details of your face. So if you put a $150 webcam in and that webcam were to break, which, by the way, I haven't seen a broken webcam in 15 years. Have you guys ever seen any of you in the chat ever seen a broken webcam? So your question is, if I start using something I've never used before, and then that something breaks outside of warranty and I have to get another one, will it change the thing I'm not using that I'm planning on using so that it isn't going to work anymore? Like, you've painted out such a specific set of events that seems highly unlikely. It's like placing a bet in a trifecta that you're going to guess the first place horse, the second place horse, and the third place horse on this one race with 10 horses, and you're going to get the order exactly right. Some people win those bets, but they're very few and far between. We have a stray cat that has wandered into the room. Can I help you? Come here. Oh, don't run away. Don't run away. I'm coming after you. No. I was going to pick her up and put her on the bench. Become a dog. Why can't you be a dog? Mara is a cat person, and she's really taken to cats. And there are strays, a lot of strays. She likes to put food out for them. Most of them are very skittish. They're afraid of their own shadow. They are scaredy cats. But this one, maybe different personality or young, doesn't know any better, started coming into the house when invited and would kind of feel the floor, you know, and what is this? Because they're outdoors all the time. And slowly over time, she's starting to own stuff around here. Like she's never come into the studio before now. And she's a nice cat. I mean, I'm not a cat person, but she's a nice cat. And it's getting really cold outside at night. So
bothering you?
She's been wanting to come in at nighttime to get out of the cold, and I don't want to. I mean, I'm not a cat person, but I don't want her to suffer. I'd let the other feral cats in too, just to get them out of it, but they won't. They want nothing to do with this. But this cat's like, I'd be stupid to not eat your food and enjoy your warmth. And she's not. Oh, she's whining at you. So as far as a cat goes, she hasn't done anything bad. She hasn't clawed at anything or anyone. She looks like Louis Rossman's. Looks like Louis Rossman's Blackberry.
She's wonderful.
On today's thumbnail, if there's a cat on there, it's because
stable.
Mara. What's up, buddy? You got fleas? I'm not a cat person, and I'm not going to be a cat person. But that's not a bad cat. I mean, it's a nice animal. But she still spends most of her time outside. We just try and invite her. We invite her in if she wants to come in when it gets cold. And she's not real sure about being inside, but she's starting to do it more and more. The world is her litter box, so she hasn't done anything in the house. But sorry for the distraction. Instead of a squirrel moment, I had a cat moment. She just started walking in the studio. So I guess Mara had just let her into the house. Normally this time of day, she prefers to be outside. She likes the sun. She likes the feel of the wind, sound of the birds. She likes to be outside. But when it's raining, when it's cold, you know, we certainly invite her in. If she doesn't want to come in, you know, stay out there and suffer. All right, let's see. Trying to get caught up with your chat. David Graham says, I have little to no memory of my life from 40 years ago and even less when I was 20 and less. Yeah. You know, for me, they fade. And then when I see these pictures or I see videos, I know that's me, but it just feels like somebody else. I've changed who I don't recognize myself. I recognize my physical form, but the behaviors that I'm seeing on camera and things, it's like I'm looking at somebody else. It's very strange. David Graham says he loves cats. Well, there you go. A lot of people love cats. Smash TV Network says, "Aw, so cute." Barry Klein agrees. They're magnificent creatures. Tonram says, cat review stream. Patrick Manny says, the cat will adopt you.
Exactly what happened.
Doman 2000 says, you have been chosen by the cat. I refuse.
That is 100% accurate.
I refuse.
She has chosen you as her person.
Look, she's a nice cat. She is the nicest cat I've ever met.
She adores
But maybe because I'm so standoffish, makes me more desirable.
Whatever.
Playing hard to get to the cat. But she hasn't done anything bad. She's, as far as. On the other hand, she's not going to protect the house from a break-in like Jimmy the German Shepherd would do. But then she's a cat. So, keeps Mara happy. And I don't want to see any animal suffer. I don't want her to be out in the cold. On the other hand, I don't want the other feral stray cats to be out in the cold either, but they're too skittish. They don't trust anybody or anything, so not much more I can do. Joshua says Carrie refusing the cat is so cat-like. Yeah, I suppose it is. Jim Kenny said dogs have owners and cats have staff. Yeah, agreed. Mark Gaines said he's got 2 Bengal cats. I'm a dog person all day long. Give me a dog. Give me a dog that I can pat so hard if I did that to a cat, it would completely flatten the cat. Cats feel fragile to me. They got little thin bones like a bird. Big, like a medium or large dog. Happy to see you when you come home. Wants to play ball and teach it stuff. That's much more rewarding for the relationship with an animal. On the other hand, any animal that's hurt, like we've got a hummingbird feeder. I love seeing the hummingbirds when they go to feed at the feeder. I'm not trying to collect them. And when I see the hummingbird feeders low, I go and spend money and I buy them more sugar water because I enjoy looking at the hummingbirds. So I'm, overall, I want animals to I appreciate wildlife, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But who I'm going to bond with, probably going to be a dog before it's ever a cat. But that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with the cat. It's just cat. It's not going to give me the kind of bond I get from a dog. Not the cat's fault. That's just the way cats are. Peter VZ with a €1 contribution. Thank you, Peter. Andrew Murray says, I wouldn't know the difference between, is he speaking about himself? He wouldn't know the difference between old and new start menu. I have all the frequently used apps pinned to the start bar or the desktop. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't get it. Bradley says, we have a cat, but she has chosen my wife. You have a problem with that? I wouldn't. I have nothing against cats. I think they're wonderful as other people's pets. And as far as cats go, this is the closest I've ever gotten to a cat with regards to like petting it and not wincing. Or worrying that it's going to claw me or bite me like I'm, being very trepidatious. No, this cat, I can pet her and she doesn't. She's fine. She's, as far as a cat goes, she's the nicest cat I've ever met personally. But that's that. Carrie and Marlena DG, computers and animal shelter, right? Mara says, I have already bonded with the cat. I check on the cat. I want to make sure the cat's okay. If that cat goes outside and I never see that cat again, am I going to shed a tear? I'll say, gee, I wonder whatever happened to the cat. But I know that if a cat's an outdoor cat, anything can happen to it. It can decide it doesn't want to come back. It could be attacked. It could be swooped up by a big bird. That's the life of a thug cat. That's the life the cat chooses, or the life that it was born into, and that's all it knows. That's the way it's supposed to be. I accept that. But if it's late at night and it's getting cold and the cat's not indoors, I'll call for the cat to see if she wants to come in and get out of the cold. Apparently, Mara thinks that's me bonding with. I'm just making sure. If she wants to come in, she can come in. If she doesn't want to, go out there and freeze. Doesn't seem to be killing the other feral cats. She'll live. Tough guy, aren't I? Dazo IRL with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Dazo. Peter says, I work at the shelter with cats. Super relaxed. We also have dogs, but I do the cats. Yeah, some people are cat people. Some people are dog people. I'm just a dog person. I don't have any problem with any animal. Just kind of bonds that I've experienced with a dog are just not possible with any other animal that I'm aware of. And that's what I seek out. I seek out that, you know, when I call an animal, it comes running and it's happy to see me. Cats don't do these things. You open a can of cat food, the cat will come running. Dazo said, I'm really enjoying learning about your animal policy. It's very humane and cool. And make no mistake, that's not Mara's animal policy. I'm a dog person 100%. Mara's a cat person 100%. If I could have a dog right now, we'd have one. But we don't have any pets right now. Mara misses the cat she had. This cat started showing up, so Mara's instinct is to take care of it because she's been taking care of cats her whole life, or for most of her life. This cat just magically, I said she manifested it, kind of sought her out and knew it was going to feed her. And Mara's cats have always been indoor cats. So for this cat to be an outdoor cat, there's different rules, right? And you're not necessarily helping an outdoor cat by not letting it go outside and forcing it as an indoor cat. You just, all of its freedom has been taken away. But if the cat decides it's going to stay and it doesn't want to go outside anymore, that's a different story. But let the cat decide. You want to eat? There's some food. Don't want to eat? Don't eat it. You want to go outside? Go outside. You want to come in? Come in. That's the great thing with the dog too is if a dog is really bonded to you, a dog's not going to run away. You can open the front door and that dog might go out to smell things around the house, but they're not going to bolt. If that dog bolts and doesn't look back, you didn't bond to that dog. So there you got your first look at Sable, which just worked out fine since Mara just did that thumbnail today of the cat. Like, people aren't going to understand why there's a cat on the thumbnail. Maybe she had this planned all along, her and the cat probably scheming. I don't speak Catanese, but Mara might. And he said, don't buy sugar water, make your own. We don't really have sugar in the house. Sugar is like having rat poison. Having to watch your blood sugar, being diabetic, if you get sugar and you don't realize you've got it. Hopefully you figure it out in time to counteract it with enough insulin. So yeah, we don't have sugar in the house. I can't make my own hummingbird food. I just go to Walmart and buy it. Whatever's in it has got to be better than whatever the hummingbirds are eating, you know. They're going to get more of an abundance of whatever it is they're getting from plants, or potentially whatever they're eating, which, you know, is whatever's available, right? So it may not be the most healthy thing for them, but they're not going to starve to death. They'll just die of something else, I guess. Peter says, I walk my cat every night without a leash. She is on YouTube, super funny. She also listens well after training. There's some short videos from Merv the cat, which are hilarious. And if you ever get a chance, search on YouTube for Merv the cat and let the hilarity ensue. This cat has quite the personality. But it's also the owners that have the personality reading into the cat, which together makes for some really funny YouTube short videos. Merv, M-E-R-V, Mervin, Merv the cat. Switch the hummingbirds to Splenda. I don't think the hummingbirds are going to appreciate that. Usagi Electric always ends his videos with videos of his pet rabbits. I think you need to conclude your streams with a minute or two of Sable. So I don't control what Sable does. If Sable wants to come in when I'm broadcasting, as you can clearly see, she came in. But I'm not going to find her outside because I'm getting ready to end the video and then pick her up and put her on the bench. I'm not going to do that to her. But if at some point she's spending more time in the house than she's spending outside and she is around, yeah, it's always fun to look at people's animals and pets, especially when they belong to other people. Yeah, it's purely coincidental. This cat looks just like Louis Rossman's Blackberry. I'm not trying to duplicate Louis Rossman, but apparently these black cats, they're very common. John Paul Bacon said most of our cats were both indoor and outdoor cats, and they would be mostly inside, but they would go outside and then come back in. Our need for litter boxes wasn't a worry. Nice. That's what I like about having a dog, too. The world is their bathroom. Oh, Mike's unboxing and reviews. That's right. His cat. Doesn't he have two cats, doesn't he? And they'll sometimes jump up on the bench while he's live. LRCX said, my 18-year-old cat went blind 3 months ago. He still goes out but stays around the house. I do have a GPS tracker on him just in case. Yeah, that's sad, you know, as our pets get older. But I guess that's the best you can hope for as they do get older, right? And then I guess same is true with people. What can you do? Dustin Fuller says, great stream as always, Carrie and Mara. Thank you for your kind words, Dustin. Getting back to the tech stuff, we do have a couple of computers coming in for review. I still have not taken the machines that we borrowed from Emerald Computers and evaluated. I've not returned those yet. Because the idea, what I'd love to do, as long as Jason is open to it, is to let me kind of have a revolving door of things I borrow, evaluate, make video, give back to him. The only remaining item we have from Emerald Computers is that graphics card that's going to need a BIOS. And it's something I know very little about. And it's more of something to do. I don't have any use for the card. Whether or not I can fix it, find a BIOS for it. And even if I can find the right BIOS for it, the remaining cards you have are different BIOSes. So the one I have for this card probably applies to a handful of a big box of cards. And this big box of cards are the ones that have different revisions of the BIOS because there are different revisions of the circuit board. And so the bulk of that they already did. Like there was one particular model and range that they figured out what the BIOS was and got rid of half of the cards. Let's say they had 100 cards. I don't know how many he had. But now they've got 50. And the problem is maybe 10 of those 50 use one BIOS, 9 of those 50 use another BIOS, 7 of those 50 use another BIOS, 5 of those 50, you know, of what remains, you start going through like it's no longer worth doing all the research because it's going to fix 2 cards. So Jason said, you know, I got half of them done, and if anybody wants to buy them and try and figure them out. They've got BIOSes that were designed for Bitcoin cryptocurrency mining, so they're not ideal for gameplay. But they're the same cards that are used in gameplay. It's just you got to figure out which revision that it requires on the BIOS, find it, flash it, and test it. If you're willing to do all that, he's selling the cards for like 20 bucks a pop. But you'll have to reach out to Jason for more information, assuming he's even still got them. I don't know. But we've got one here just for fun and for grins. But everything else, all the laptops, the desktop, that little server we have, that's all going back to him. And then I don't know. We'll see what he's got in there. He's got so much stuff. I'm hoping we'll find something unique that we can bring back and make some content with. We have a mini PC from our friends at Nemo that should be coming in. That's the single most expensive high-end mini PC we've ever seen at around $2,500. And it's the equivalent of about a $3,500 desktop in power and performance. It's over the top. Hopefully they'll send that to us. My understanding is that it's their intent to, but that's the last I've heard. And then we still are waiting the Orico NAS that we ordered from Kickstarter. Hasn't shipped yet. We're awaiting the GLINet Comet Pro. That should be shipping by the 9th of December. So we'll probably have that around the middle of this month, another week or two. And we'll evaluate that KVM when we get it. I have the naked version of the Pico KVM, which doesn't have a case or a screen. I think that's arriving today or tomorrow. We have the folks over at Minis Forum just released the MS02, which I am really interested in. And that's, again, it's like a $2,300 mini PC, which is super high end. I've not talked to them about it yet, but I'm hoping they'll send me one. When and if we hear of updates on the R1, which is the ARM-based processor, being able to run Windows, we'll revisit that. Until that, it's kind of sitting off to the side. What else do I have? If there's been fewer videos lately, it's simply because you guys aren't writing in, giving us ideas for what you'd like to see, or asking us technical questions in email that we could then address during a live show. If you want to start doing that, we can start adapting the shows to accommodate. If you want to wait till we're live and save your questions while we're live, of course, you're welcome to do that too. But if we don't have anything scheduled like today, you know, I'm always going to do a show on Friday. But if that's the case on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, it's likely we're just not going to have content to film. It's not because I don't want to. I just don't have anything. The industry is in a slump right now. So we're kind of counting on the community here to give us feedback on what you'd like to see. And then if we can do that, then we will. In the meantime, we have a lot of smaller companies wanting to take advantage of our downtime by saying, why don't you review our vacuum cleaner? No. Well, why not? Because that's not what we do here. We don't review vacuum cleaners. Why don't you review my gaming chair? We don't review gaming chairs. Why not? Because it may be uncomfortable to some people, too expensive for other people, too big for some people's space. I'm not a furniture store. I mean, some of these products are really super cheap. What about our USB charging cable? We'll send it to you for free. Oh, your $3 cable, you're going to mail that to me for free so I can do a dedicated video on it for free? No. Why not? Because that's not what we do here. We watch your content. We love the way your approach is. You're so honest and transparent. Will you review our Apple iPhone charger? You've clearly never seen my content. So we're getting a lot of bizarre offers. These are heated socks for the wintertime. We'll send them to you for free if you'll do a review. Keep your socks. But why? Because that's not what we do. All right. Lucas Jansen said, do you think it's worth buying RAM right now? Well, depends on the way you're looking at it. If you feel like you're going to need some RAM in the next 12 months, it's only going to get more expensive. According to the experts, if you think it's expensive today, it's only going to get more expensive tomorrow. And that is projected to be until 2027 before it'll get better. That's the projection. I don't know if it's true. So you're going to have to decide if it's worth it. I can't make that decision for you. If you think it's expensive today, write down what the price is. Go write it down. Go pick a make and model of RAM that you want, and the price and the date. And come back this time next month and look at that price again. And then in February, a month later, look at the price again. And in March, look at the price again. It's only going one way. So if you think it's too expensive now, in 3 months, you're going to think it's a good deal. And if that's your perspective, then yes, you should buy it now. On the other hand, if you're like, I don't really need it, it's just something I want, I don't have to have it, I'll wait till 2027 and just wait till all this bubble bursts. It'd be like asking me in 2019 if you should buy a graphics card. No. And then, you know, with the pandemic in 2020, should I buy a graphics card? You couldn't even if you wanted to. And then, you know, finally, we get through that whole supply chain issue in the pandemic, and now all of a sudden they're buying up the graphics cards for AI. Is this a good time to buy a graphics card? I guess you're just going to have to decide that. Graphics cards use RAM, right? Cell phones use RAM. So all of these prices are all going up this year, this coming year. So if you think it's expensive now, you can expect prices on mini PCs, regular computers that come with RAM, laptops that come with RAM, smartphones that come with RAM, video cards that come with RAM. They're not getting it any cheaper, so they have to add it to the cost of the device. And the prices today are cheaper than what the prices are going to be a month from now. It'll be interesting to see what Samsung introduces. Usually in January, they introduce like the new line of like S26 phone or whatever, because the S25 was a dud. They got their trifold phone that's like $2,500. I don't know who's buying a $2,500 phone, and I don't know who wants a phone that's 10 inches. But you know, to each their own. Even if it was $500, I wouldn't want it. But that's me. If I want a tablet, I'll buy a tablet. But I'm interested in the S26. But we know these RAM prices and SSD prices will affect the cost of the phone. And if these phones were, the flagship Samsung phones were generally $1,000 for like the smaller screen, not the bigger screen. Those have always been around $1,200, I think. I can tell you they're going to be more expensive this go round. So you can go without, but don't be shocked. Don't fall out of your chair. It's like, yeah, we talked about this. It's coming. It's not a surprise. And just decide if you'd rather wait or buy it early, so you don't have to worry about, you know, the price getting to a point where it's no longer affordable. or live without it for a while. Prices will come back down. It's all temporary, just like the pandemic was temporary, just like the supply chain issue was temporary, just like the hard drive shortage when the floods in Vietnam happened were temporary. We just keep going around the same circles over and over and over and over and over. That's the way it's always going to be. Get used to it. Once this issue is over, there'll be some other thing. I promise you, it'll go your whole life like this. And if there's ever a window where everything is in abundance and everything is low priced, it's because nobody's buying it anymore. We're not interested. And that's when there's going to be lots of it and they can't give it away. So be careful what you wish for. You can always buy used computers too. There's plenty of computers where their value may be in their RAM, in their components. So that's another thing to consider. The United States doesn't make pennies anymore, but that doesn't mean pennies are worth anything. Hey, they're not making them anymore. Oh, we see stores that say we're not accepting pennies. There's a penny shortage. There is not a penny. The dumbest thing I've ever heard. The banks get their money from the U.S. Mint, right? And if the U.S. Mint isn't making pennies, then the banks can't get pennies anymore. So when you go to the bank and let's say you have a store to run, and you go to the bank and you want to fill your cash register with change, the bank says we don't have any pennies to give you because we can't get them from the government anymore. But you and I damn well know that you or someone you know likely has a big old 5-gallon water jug filled with pennies, probably $75 worth of pennies in there. There's no shortage of them. And I don't know how many pennies there are in the United States. People hate them. People won't even bother to pick one up. It's on the ground. And now since the stores can't get them at the bank because the bank can't get them from the government, stores are rounding up or rounding down to the nearest nickel. And they're advising the stores to round into the customer's favor, but they don't have to. They're just saying, look, if you want to pay cash, give us exact change, or just pay with your debit card or credit card. We don't have pennies. And if you're going to pay and you don't have exact change, we're going to round to the nearest nickel. I don't really think anybody's up in arms about it. But what's funny is when they say, due to the penny shortage, be clear, there's no penny shortage. This country is, I would say every third or fourth house has some kind of a glass jug filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of pennies just sitting into the, I don't know how many pennies were made. Is it millions or billions? They didn't just vanish. They're just not making them anymore. How many pennies exist in the United States? 250 to 300 billion pennies are in circulation. But many are unused, leading to shortages despite the U.S. Mint recently ceasing new production in November of 2025. These existing coins remain legal tender, but are increasingly underutilized in commerce. But while production is stopped, they won't disappear overnight. But their disappearance from daily use is expected as banks struggle to distribute them and people keep them at home. We've self-created a shortage. It's the dumbest thing. One news site says 114 billion pennies. How many people do you think live in the United States? What is the population of the United States? 343 million. How many pennies per person in the US to total 114 billion? Approximately 333 pennies per person in the United States, if there's a total of 114 billion pennies. So $3.33 worth of pennies for each person living in the United States. I wouldn't say that's a shortage. It's just people are hoarding them. They can't be bothered to get that big old heavy canister of change and count it out or take it to the Coinstar machine. And as a result, nobody can be bothered. It's not worth it. It's not worth their time. So sometimes we have shortages because we create shortages. That's all I'm saying. And for most of us, we never thought about it when we had plenty, and we still didn't care. I think the same can hold true for RAM and video cards and all this other stuff. Andy says, I've got one of those jugs. Yeah, a lot of people do. Ricky says, the old copper pennies are worth more than a penny, though. Well, the old copper, they would be pretty old, and they're not worth a whole lot more. Well, it's not like people are collecting pennies and going to get them melted down. It's not worth all the time and effort. In fact, let me just Google that. What is the current value actual value of an old copper penny? You can get just over face value for any pennies made before 1982. So each penny is worth, in copper, if it's a full copper penny, 2 to 3 cents per penny. You're going to need a lot of pennies to make that worthwhile. Now, in 1943, they made a bronze penny. That's worth over $100,000 just because, not because it's bronze. It's not the bronze that has any value. It's the fact that it was a rare coin. So to melt it down would be worth nothing. Most common copper pennies from before 1982 are worth slightly more than 1 penny for their copper content, but rare dates or errors hold numismatic value for exceeding their metal value. Pennies made before 1982 are 95% copper. Due to copper's price, these are worth roughly 2 to 3 times their face value in metal, often 2 to 4 cents sold as scrapped, although it is illegal to melt them for profit. I don't think you're going to be getting rich. It'd be a lot of work. You know how much, let's say you had 10,000 pennies. How much, was that $100? How much is 10,000 pennies? It's $100. Okay. How much do 10,000 pennies weigh? That's about 55 pounds if they're modern, which is zinc, about 62.5 pounds. So you could take that $100 in a 62.5 pound bag, or maybe a wheelbarrow, something that you could use to lift that, get it into the coin store, and say, I want to melt this down, and the coin store will say that's illegal and you go to jail. But let's say it's a sketchy coin store and they go, yeah, we'll buy it. They could give you $250 for your $100 worth of pennies, but you're going to have to do all that work to get those pennies there and risk being arrested. Again, I don't think that's really going to make a big difference in your life for more than a day or two. So I don't think that's working the system at all. Scott Messerschmidt joins us and says hello. Wayne Ellison says, great show. Have a great weekend. Yeah, thank you. We hope you all have a great weekend. Thanks for hanging out with me this Friday show. I'm sorry that we don't have much to review or evaluate, but as I mentioned, the whole state, never mind the price of RAM. Also, AMD CPUs are going up in price, so now Intels are definitely the better value right now. This is the constant, Intel's in the lead, AMD's in the lead, Intel's in the lead, AMD's in the lead. Intel's got 1% of the gaming graphics card market. 1%, which is a new record for them. NVIDIA, not that AMD's doing much better. AMD, I think, has 7%, and NVIDIA makes up 92% of the graphics cards in the gaming market. Currently. There's always going to be these fluxes and changes. And instead of focusing where the media is talking about, you should be thinking on your own. Like if you needed RAM, maybe that was something you needed 6 months ago, right? And it's only the fact that the media is talking about it and you're hearing about the prices going up that suddenly now you want it. When before you could care less or it wasn't important to you, now it's become important to you. There's a psychology that happens that if I have plenty of it, it has no value. But now if it's getting rare and expensive, now suddenly I want it. I'm advising you to not buy into that sheep mentality that's so easy to manipulate the public. Rise above that, realize that that is a voluntary choice you're making if you wish to be that easily manipulated by the media. It's a storm. It's like a weather event. You can't control these prices. They won't be that way forever. All you got to do is stay in shelter until the storm passes. It won't last forever. But it's like, it's only when the storm is coming that people want to go outside. Oh, I really wanted to go hiking in the woods today. Really, you wanted to wait until there was a storm coming and now you want to go. What about that last 18 months of beautiful weather that you could have gone hiking in the woods? Well, you could have gone anytime you wanted to. Now you can't. So there's a certain portion of the population that says, but I want to now. Yeah, because you can't. The minute you tell somebody they can't have something or it's hard to get, there's a certain percentage of the population that could take it or leave it that now absolutely have to have it because it's hard to get. And all that does is it's like infecting a wound. You're not helping matters. You're just adding to the shortages and increasing the prices the scalpers are going to make and making it more expensive for the people who really need it. So my advice is don't participate in it. If you have to, you have to. But like I said, when businesses have to buy things, they don't really care about the prices. It doesn't matter. It's not even a discussion. In business, we get what we need because we have it to run the business. The amount of money we make from the business is nothing. I mean, the amount of money that we're making from the business makes buying these parts insignificant. It's like telling me the price went from 2 cents to 4 cents. It's so insignificant to the millions of dollars companies make. Or even a real estate agent that can make $30,000, $40,000 on the sale of one house, telling them RAM is $200 more and they need the computer to run their real estate business. It's nothing. It's nothing. So that's why I say it's not a big deal. It really isn't. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Gaming is and always has been an expensive luxury. It's nothing required in life, at least computer gaming. You know, you can play Monopoly, you can play all other kinds of games. But when it comes to computer games, having the hardware required, the money to buy the game, and the time to play that game is like having a Rolls Royce. If you can afford it and that's what you want to spend your money and your time on, have at it. But for the rest of us, if I have to go to work to earn the money to buy the computer, to buy the graphics card, to buy the game, when do I have any time now? Because I'm at work earning all this money so I can buy all this hardware so I can play all these games. But since I'm at work all the time, now that I can afford it with my job, when do I have time away from the job now enjoy what I just paid for with the money that I earned? And there's probably something else I want. So while I'm sitting here playing the game, how is my brain not going, you know, you could be at work right now earning $20 an hour for every hour you play this game. Isn't there that other thing you wanted? Wasn't there the thing on the car you wanted to fix? Wasn't there a restaurant you wanted to eat at? So suddenly the desire to play the game goes away unless somebody else is buying all this for you. Like if you're 14 years old and your parents go, here's a PlayStation and here's some games, the parents are thinking, good, this kid will give us a break. Let him go play some games for hours and leave us alone. Worth every penny. And that's the conundrum of life. If you're supporting yourself and you have the money and the time to play the games, where is that money coming from? Because for most of us, we have to go to work. And when we go to work, there are bills we have, you know, the clothes and the car and the cost of the time and getting to the job and doing the job. And you come home, maybe the last thing you want to do now is have more stress from a game. I just want to sit on the couch and veg out, have some dinner, relax. And all that sort of motivation to want to play these games, it starts feeling to me like I just played a game. I just played a game for 8 hours today where they paid me to play it. That's called work. Now I'm going to come home and then pay to work some more. That's the conclusion I came to. But as a teenager and as somebody in their 20s, games are great and they're fun, but at some point it just becomes so expensive and so time consuming that I either don't have the time or I don't have the money. So if you do, I'm jealous. I'm not against it.
Yeah.
Oh, here we've got an email. Oh, our friend Barry sends an Amazon gift card. Since we're talking about pennies, here's my 2 cents worth. He sends a $25.03 Amazon gift card. Thank you to Barry Klein. Guess we're going to have to use that to buy some cat food. I'm buying cat food now. Eugene Eldago joins us in the chat. Andy says, as usual, it's the consumers that lose out. Well, I would say it's the consumers who choose to lose out. No one forces you to participate. No one's forcing you to buy any product with regards to your hobbies and the things you enjoy doing for fun. Waiting for somebody else to do something for you, to me, is a sign of entitlement that I'm seeing in our culture, where somehow people, not you, but people feel like they're owed something. I should be able to buy RAM at the price I want to pay for it. According to who? You have no right to that. You weren't born into some, you have the right of freedom of speech and you have the right to protest. Oh, and you have a right to get RAM at reasonable prices. That's just not a thing. If you want to participate, you choose to participate. Nobody owes you that. It's not due to you. It's not like you were born into a world where this was ever promised to you. Or, you know, hey, we're going to make sure this is always going to be available, like it's food or shelter or something actually important. But also, nothing stops you from making it yourself. And it's usually necessity that is the mother of invention. And when people realize that waiting for other people to do things so that you can have what you want, it's much faster if you want it bad enough to make the sacrifice, that you become the person who provides it. You start the company. How do you think these companies started? Why do you think any company that exists today ever started? Any company on this planet started because no one else was doing it, and these other people got sick and tired of waiting, so they did it themselves. And not everybody was successful. But if you go back in history and look at how Ford Motor Company started and how many bankruptcies Henry Ford had, if you look at how the Mars Candy Company started, if you look at how the Dove Soap Company started, electricity, somebody did something. And it was the consumers who benefited, but they were never owed any of this. You're not owed. But you can either sit and wait for somebody else to make something available for you that you can become a consumer, or you can actually, if it matters to you that much, create your own and then sell it to consumers, and then you can be the wealthy person that runs the company. You can do everything Richard Branson has done. You can do everything Jeff Bezos has done. You can do everything Elon Musk or Benjamin Franklin. Anybody in the history of time is born with the same set of abilities. It's just some of us are willing to put the work in and some of us aren't. Most of us aren't. So if things are available that you can just hand money over because somebody else did it, I feel like you should have gratitude for that. And if that goes away for any reason at all, then the attitude should be, it was nice while it lasted. And if the attitude is, this sucks, I really want it back, then go make it. That's how companies are born. And that's what separates out the consumers from the manufacturers. Because at some point, every one of those manufacturers was a consumer. Think about it. What do you think motivated Firestone and Goodyear to make tires and compete against each other? What motivated somebody to invent Coca-Cola? Because it probably isn't what you think it is. If you go back and you learn the history of why these companies were founded, nobody knew these companies were going to blow up and be, Coca-Cola's recognizable worldwide. I think when John Pemberton created it, that wasn't what he was seeking to do. But that's what it has become. And at the same token, I think when they create a shopping experience like Sears and Kmart did, they probably thought they were going to be around forever. When somebody like Amazon and Walmart comes around and does it better, and then they go out of business. And why did they go out of business? Were they not capable? Were Sears and Kmart not capable of doing what Amazon and Walmart are doing, or Target? In fact, Kmart, Target, and Walmart were all founded in 1962, all pretty much within months of each other, with Walmart like in Arkansas. Target, I think, is Minnesota. I think Dayton, Minnesota. And Kmart, that's Michigan thing. So they all, was it 62? When was Kmart founded? The first Kmart opened in 62. Look, right off the top of my head, 62. The first Target. When was the first Target? So the parent companies that own Target and those are from the 1800s and early 1900s. But the Target store was first opened 1962. And when was the first Walmart store? 1962. And so they were in different parts of the country, so they didn't just kind of expand out overnight. And Walmart was the underdog. Kmart and Target were growing much faster across the United States. And Walmart was over in the South, and they were growing much slower. Now Kmart's gone, Target still exists, and Walmart's bigger than ever. And everything Walmart did, Sears could have done. Kmart could have done, but they refused to. So the only reason they're not in business anymore is because of choice. The choice of the business leaders didn't want to pivot and change to the economics and the culture and what people wanted. People were shopping differently, and there was nothing that Walmart and Amazon and Target were doing that was like a mystery to Sears or Kmart. They knew what they were doing. They knew why they were losing business. And they absolutely refused to change with the times, so they're gone now. That's it. Peter with a €2 super chat says, here's for the cat food. Thank you, Peter. David Graham says, as soon as I get $1 billion, I'll buy a RAM fabrication factory. Well, that's not how most factories are started. So very few business founders actually use any of their own money. Just so you know, that's not generally the way American mass manufacturing works. Usually, you're going to borrow some money and you're going to start out small. You don't start out as a $1 billion company. You're going to start out small. And then if you're on a path to profit, more investors are going to want to put more money into you so they can make more money. All you need to do is watch an episode of Shark Tank to understand how this works. That's the whole reason that show exists. And well, a lot of products that you see, you never see again. Some of the products, like the Scrub Daddy, they're massive and you can't go anywhere without seeing it. So you've got to put the risk out there, you've got to put the sacrifice out there, and part of the sacrifice is you're going to sell part of your company in order to get more money. And Intel wasn't founded by one person. Intel was founded by 3 people, right? Robert Noyce, Andy Grove, and Robert Norris. AMD was founded by 5 people. Jensen Huang over at NVIDIA didn't create NVIDIA overnight. Gabe Newell didn't create Steam overnight. And how much of Gabe Newell's money did he put in? Let me see. How much money did Gaben invest to start Steam? Steam is one of the most profitable, if not the most profitable, gaming company on the planet. For the amount of money his company brings in versus how many employees he's got, each employee, if you divide that per employee, is generating an outrageous amount of money for the company. Let's see. Did he use any of his own money? Gabe Newell and Mike Harrington funded the initial launch of their company, Valve, with an advance of approximately $1 million from Sierra Online. So they had an investor, and they got an additional $4 million from their own pockets. But that doesn't mean that those pockets weren't them financing their house or going to the bank. That doesn't mean they had $4 million in cash. They could have, I don't know. So Mike Harrington, the way he got his money is he sold his shares in Microsoft to pay his portion up front. Gabe Newell borrowed against his Microsoft shares to fund his half of the required amount. This initial investment was for the entire company and the development of their first game, Half-Life. That game was a runaway success. That was 1998. The digital distribution platform Steam was launched later in 2003 and grew by leveraging the popularity of Valve's existing games. There was no separate specific investment figure publicly disclosed solely for the launch of the Steam platform by itself, as it was developed internally within the already established and successful company. That's how things get bigger. And if you don't have the money in Microsoft, you find somebody who does, that's willing to invest in you, so long as they believe you're going to do the work. Because they're going to earn that investment back plus a lot more. And you're going to earn a lot more, even though you're going to share that with the investors, because otherwise you would have nothing. So you're willing to take a loss on, you're not going to own 100% of your own company. But without the investment, you wouldn't have the company at all. So no, you don't need to completely fund your own company. And like I said, even real estate agents that buy and sell houses often don't use their own money. It's all done through the banks. You may not even have any credit and they'll still do it. If what you're looking to buy and sell is worth more than the amount you're asking for, You can flip homes, and then you can use that money to invest in other things. There's a guy on YouTube, he's buying laundromats, and he shows you how much money his laundromat made this month. If you're interested in running a business, you don't have to think $1 billion. But regardless if your business is a plant nursery or a laundromat or a RAM manufacturer, they're all basically run the same. It's profit and loss, right? And it all just scales up. And when you get so big that it's over your head, that's when you hire chief financial officers and operating officers and human resources, and you hire people to do all that. You think Elon Musk is in there making all the decisions at SpaceX? He's making all the decisions at Solar City. He's making all the decisions at Tesla. He's making all the decisions. He can't be in all these places at the same time. The Boring Company. No, he's hired people to do that for him. And he'll just kind of poke in and audit over here, fly to Texas and look at SpaceX and audit over there, fly over to California on Hawthorne and go look at the Tesla factory and look at some things. And mostly it's all running without him. But he didn't start that way. So you can't go from 0 to 1 million like that. Very unrealistic. It's not how it's done. Frank Jimmy said, I just got in from a busy day and I was surprised you're still live streaming. So I just wanted to pop in and say hi, hello to Mara and everyone in the chat. Don't forget about Caldor. I don't know what Caldor is. Joshua says there are a few laundromat guys on YouTube, also car wash and vending machine. Yep. Those are, if you're interested, they're all things you and I can do. Nothing stops you but you from investing in one of these. They don't take a lot of money. And you can oftentimes get a small business loan if you ask for it, and you'll put the business up as the collateral, and the bank will take it if you fault on the loan. But if it goes well for you, it's a pretty easy way to make money. Let other people do the work and let other people dump the quarters in your machines and use your machines. You don't actually do the laundry. If you have a repair that needs to be done, you call somebody and pay them to do the repair. You're just in charge. And then if you do well, you can buy another laundromat, another laundromat. Just that alone, you could be extraordinarily wealthy owning laundromats. It doesn't all have to be, mass manufacturing. It depends how ambitious you are. At no point should you ever feel, all I'm trying to get to, at no point should you ever feel as a consumer that you were owed anything. If you bought RAM and they sent you RAM, your transaction is over. They don't owe you future purchases and you don't owe them future payments. That's done. Single transaction. Now, if they want to continue to sell RAM and if you want to continue to buy it, each transaction is its own closed loop. You pay, they send you, transaction's done. You pay, they send it to you, transaction's done. If at any point you decide, I don't want to buy anymore, you have that right. If they decide, I don't want to sell it to you anymore, they have that right. But it's never owed to you unless you already paid for it. Then it's owed to you. So, yeah, I don't think consumers lose at all. Look, in the 1980s, there were things I used to enjoy eating. They don't make anymore. There used to be chocolate vanilla wafers. They're called vanilla wafers. You used to make them in chocolate. You can't get them. They don't make them. I mean, somebody probably makes them, but the company, was it Nestle or whoever, doesn't make them. I used to like this product here. I don't know if anybody in America will remember this. Let me pull up a picture of it. We'll see how many memories we bring back. Doodad's Snack Mix. That was pulled from the shelves because buyers' tastes have changed. They want to eat healthier. They weren't selling enough product. And so rather than just sell it at a higher price, they just took it off the shelves. Does that mean the consumer loses? I mean, I can make doodads. I can go buy some Chex Mix or Chex cereal, and I can buy pretzel sticks, these little tidbits. I can make it myself, recreate the seasoning. I just can't be bothered. And in fact, if I really wanted to, I could package it and sell it. I'd have to choose a different name, or maybe I could negotiate to buy the name since they're not using it anymore. If it were that important to me, that's how products come back on the shelf. When we were in Michigan, I found a product I hadn't seen in years that I thought wasn't being made anymore. Let me see if I can find it. It would be almond ice cream bars. And right here from Good Humor. This is one of my favorite things in the world. And I mean, here it's saying it's still for sale. Let me see. No, it's out of stock. They haven't made this in a long time. Oh, it's one of my favorite things. So when we were in Michigan, the Myers grocery store had it in the ice cream aisle, and I bought every box they had. I'm like, I'm going to get so sick off of these. I don't want them anymore. And then a year later, we went to Michigan. I saw them again. I bought them. And the next year we went to Michigan, they weren't available anymore. And that's the, I mean, Good Humor makes a lot of different flavors, but that was the best one. Is that fair that I can't have my toasted almond? Like, is that the point we've reached in life? There's plenty of other choices. It doesn't have to be that. And times change, and a lot of things that we used to enjoy are gone now. The market changes, health conscious or ingredients aren't used anymore that were part of the thing that we enjoyed. And I'm sure if we look on YouTube, there's plenty of videos about, like, let's just jump over to YouTube. Like for me, it would be about the 80s, right? So we could go snacks we miss from the 70s and 80s. And people have dedicated videos, and it's reminded me about a bunch of stuff I forgot about. Hawaiian punch in a can. Snacks that didn't survive. This is kind of fun to go back and look at. There's Sprinkle Spangles. Mug-a-Lunch. Disappeared popular snacks from the 1970s. Bonkers. Anybody remember Bonkers? So we've obviously moved on, right? As consumers, we didn't say, oh man, I just don't know how I'm going to go on without my Bonkers. We've forgotten all about them. Probably weren't good for us anyway. And we moved on to other things. So as far as I can tell, that's been going on my whole life. And I don't expect it to be any different with computers and RAM and storage, not to mention how quickly this stuff evolves anyway. We're seeing more and more RAM being soldered on motherboards, and eventually we're probably just going to have the whole system on one chip, and we'll get rid of motherboards entirely. The RAM, the storage, everything will be on one chip. That's the way it's moving. So this is a non-issue in the near future, regardless of how it works out. So I wouldn't, it's just part of the course of things. It's not forever. And something may replace it altogether, and you wouldn't even want it anymore anyway. John Lewis said, I just thought about toasted almond ice cream bars a few days ago. They're the best, man. They are the best. I can't understand why that company won't make them. Well, people just aren't buying them. Well, still make them, just don't stock as much and charge $1 or $2 more for them. I'll gladly pay it, because if the option is that or nothing, I'll pay the extra $2. Or if they're sold out because they're stocking so few because nobody's buying them, then why did they sell out? That's all right. Let me know when they come back in. You restock on Tuesdays? I'll come back on Tuesday and I'll pay the extra $2. But instead, companies go, well, this isn't selling, we're not going to stock it. Well, if you don't stock it, it's not going to sell. So you've just prophesized your own failure. You've created it. Frustrating. But nobody owes me that. If they make it, I'll buy it. If they don't make it, I can make it myself. It's nothing I can't make myself. I just can't be bothered. That's the truth. Frank Jimmy says, according to Google, Caldor. I don't know what a Caldor is. Is that a store? Caldor first opened in 1951 in Port Chester, New York. I don't know what a Caldor is. I guess that's some kind of a grocery store or a department store. I don't know what that is. Andy says he misses Chipwich. What about Choco Tacos? There's a recent one that was ended. Mortant saw on my video feed the Royalty Auto Service. That was the Sherwood I was talking about when I was talking about the car guys earlier. Joshua says he misses eggnog in a can. I want tallow fried McDonald's fries back. They are tallow fried McDonald's fries, aren't they? Isn't that the same way McDonald's makes it today? Hold on, let me Google. Does McDonald's still make their fries in tallow? No, McDonald's fries are not cooked in beef tallow anymore. They switched to a canola blend vegetable oil in the 1990s. They still use natural beef flavor containing wheat and milk derivatives. Who was it that switched to tallow? Steak and Shake is making beef tallow fries. Earlier this year, Steak and Shake announced it'd be switching to 100% beef tallow to fry not only its French fries, but also its onion rings and chicken tenders. Steak and Shake admits that its fries come to its kitchen par-fried in vegetable oil. That's to like blanch them. And then the goal is to change that, making the fries all tallow all the time. Steak and Shake aims to completely eliminate seed oils from the menu, and the brand says it's just the beginning. On April 2nd, all 400 plus Steak and Shake stores will switch to real butter from the buttery blend that appears on some burger. So this is all Robert Kennedy Jr.'s, he's encouraging these companies to go back to less chemicals and such. He wants Coca-Cola to return to real sugar. Coke said they would do that. So maybe I was thinking of Steak and Shake. I know somebody was switching over to tallow, and I thought it was McDonald's. I think there was some discussion that McDonald's will return to it. While other chains like Steak and Shake have returned to beef tallow, McDonald's is unlikely to switch back, despite customer requests and a trend among competitors, primarily due to the massive scale of their operations, potential supply issues, and the significant ingredient labeling changes required. Interesting, because people still love McDonald's fries. They still have a very unique flavor. And I haven't been to a Steak and Shake in a long time. I don't like their crinkle cut fries personally. I don't like crinkle cut, but maybe now that they're doing them in tallow, might be worth another visit. Frank Jimmy says, what I wouldn't give for a McDonald's fried apple pie. Yeah, and if you still had one, it would still be hot in the middle all these years later. The thing was lava inside of it, but they were good. I've got to be honest, I did have an apple pie at McDonald's a few months ago. And while it's not greasy because it's not fried anymore, it actually was quite good. It's teeny tiny compared to what they used to be, but I enjoyed it. I liked it. To my own surprise. I was in a mood, I thought I'll try it. You know, it's definitely not the same as it used to be, but it's not bad. Joshua says a lot of Steak and Shakes have closed. And in the Phoenix area, I think we've always had 2 or 3 of them. No, we don't have many. We type in Steak and Shake near me. I know there's one in Tempe, by Arizona State University. And I think there's one in Scottsdale and Mesa. I don't know if there's any in West Phoenix. Oh, downtown Phoenix has a Steak and Shake. Oh no, that's a Shake Shack. That's different. Never mind. First Steak and Shake location, the one I'm thinking of near Arizona State University, opened in 2013. I think it's still there. Steak and Shake, Tempe, Arizona. The Steak and Shake that used to be there is permanently closed. Oh. You know who I think bought that space was Detroit Coney Grill. Detroit Coney Grill is a guy from Michigan, from the Detroit area, just like me. He lived in the next town over, although we never knew each other. His name is David Nager, and he imports all the food from Michigan, all of the Better Made branded potato chips and Verner's soda, Fago soda, all the stuff we generally can't get in Arizona. But when you're in Michigan or Illinois, Ohio, Wyoming, when you're in that area, that's distributed through there. But in Arizona, it's pretty hard to find that stuff. So if you're a Michigan native and you're craving the Michigan Coney and the Michigan chili, they make it all there fresh, and they import the ingredients from Michigan. I say import. He's paying more money to get it from Michigan, because there's really a big difference between Lay's potato chip that are everywhere and Better Made. Yes, there is. If you know it, you know it. And so you can sort of have this Michigan meal without being in Michigan. And he's done quite well for himself. And it's called Detroit Coney Grill. And he's a great guy. And, you know, they have burgers and dogs. And I think he was voted 9th best hamburger on Yelp across the United States, number 9 in the entire United States. He's pretty proud of that. And it's great to support a small business. Plus, he's a brother from another mother in that way. Super cool dude. Food is fantastic. And I think he bought the Steak and Shake location and converted it into a Detroit Coney. Small world. So I guess I'm not going to be trying Steak and Shake tallow fries, because it looks like all their locations in Arizona are currently no longer operational. Things change. So again, is it the consumer that loses? Not like they owe me. Brian Weber said he prefers less chemicals and more fresh, natural ingredients. And it does seem to be the trend of the culture now. And I think it's great. I'm not opposed to that. In many cases, for me personally, I think things taste better if you just leave them the hell alone. If you take an ear of corn, don't do anything to it. Just take a raw ear of corn, put it in your oven, and roast it at like 200 degrees Fahrenheit, just a low temperature for about 2 hours. Don't do anything to it. Don't put anything on it. Leave it the way nature made it. When that corn is ready in about 2 hours, you know, and rotate it from time to time, not every 45 minutes, half hour. Go ahead and put salt and butter on it. Nothing else. Not this Mexican street corn with the Parmesan cheese or this other stuff. Oh, it's all ruined. You've ruined it. Just eat it the way Mother Nature intended. It'll be the best corn you ever had. Don't boil it in water. Don't manipulate what nature made. Just naturally roast it slowly over a long period of time, a couple hours. Throw some butter on it. And if it's salted butter, you may not even need the salt, especially if it's sweet corn. And you're done. And it'll be the best corn, at least in my experience, you've ever had in your life. Not out of a can, not frozen in a bag. Just an ear of corn. Don't shuck it. Just put the whole thing, everything, the husk, leave it alone. Put it in the oven. It's so simple. And it's the best corn because you haven't covered up all the flavors, because you haven't tried to, you know, throw it in the microwave and get a shortcut, boil it in water. That's fine, it's corn, but at the same time, it's so much better, in my opinion, if you just leave it the way nature made it. You cannot do better than that. It's only downhill from there. Morton said they have Steak and Shake in Maryland. Yeah, you guys have a lot of things on the East Coast we don't have out here. Ryan wants to know if anybody up in Canada has tried Harvey's hamburgers. Yeah, that's definitely something we don't have here. Martin Hogg joins us with a £4.99 contribution. He says, "Hi, folks. It's been a while. Thanks for all your input, Carrie, and wrestling with Doug." Hey, listen, I don't know if you saw yesterday's show with Doug, but I really enjoyed it. I wish we had more time. I did promise Doug, he's like, I got an appointment at 3. I have to go at 3. Otherwise, I can't do the show. I said, okay, it's a deal. We'll stop at 3. And I was trying to express some of my frustrations and wondering, you know, how do you not have these frustrations and why do I have them and you don't? What are you doing differently than me? And the answer's been obvious the whole time, right? The answer is I'm trying to help people. Like from my he's trying to help people too. So, but what I'm saying is I'm trying to be the nice guy in my mind. And if I can give somebody an answer to their question that gets them the solution solved quickly and cheaply that they can do themselves, I assume that's what they want. But when it isn't what they want, and they start going on and on about this problem and the solution I've given them for free with no obligation, here's the information, it solves your problem, have a nice day, that should be the end of the call. But because I'm doing that, some customers take advantage of me, and I allow this to happen. And that's when I start getting angry. And it's really my own fault because of how I'm choosing to run the business. Because Doug said he wouldn't let a customer do that to him. If that customer called him and wanted him that information, then we're going to start billing for that phone call. So if that customer wants to keep me on the phone an hour, they're going to get billed for an hour, and the customer knows that. So because I'm not charging the customer for my time on the phone, they don't think anything. Some customers think nothing about keeping me on the phone until they get the answer that they want to hear. That's not how this works. So essentially, I tell the customer, look, you can bring the computer in for service. This customer is going to drive an hour to bring it over here. And then I'm not going to work on it while they wait so they can drive an hour back home. Which is why I told them in the first place, probably not a good idea to have me even start this project. Because if you have problems in the future, I'm not going to drive out for an hour and then turn around and drive an hour back. You're going to have to bring it to me. He says, oh, I'm okay with it. Okay. And you know what my biggest fears are is, what if there's a problem? What kind of customer service am I going to give you? It's not going to be the regular customer service I give customers who are local. You're not local to me. You're an hour away. So because of that, I really don't want to do the work. Oh, no, I won't hold you accountable to it. I'm fine. So we get the work done, and he's got a problem. And I'm saying, hey, you could try this, try that. I'm logging in remotely. We eventually get it fixed. And I warn him. I said, look, this is going to keep happening to you because you have a faulty, the network card that Dell put into this machine he's got, which is an old computer. There's no fixing it. You can kind of patch it up and make it work, but there'll be an update, it'll be something, and it'll just keep happening. But you can go buy a $15, USB network card on Amazon. It'll be delivered to your door by tomorrow morning. You don't have to open the computer or anything. Just plug the USB adapter in. This problem will be solved for life. You don't need my help. You can do this yourself. It's only $15. But this guy wants to insist that I refigure out how we fixed it a year ago. And at no point am I billing him for this call. And I'm saying, look, from what I can tell, I've offered you two choices. You can bring the computer back to me and I'll work on it, but it's not a warranty issue anymore because it's been a year. I warned you a year ago this was going to happen. I couldn't predict when, but it was going to happen. And I'm going to tell you the same thing, that even if we could fix it now, which took me 3 days of research and experimentation to figure out, I don't remember it. I'm not withholding this information. I just don't know it anymore. You're the only customer I've ever had with that network card. It was only on that particular model of Dell that was affected. A Dell computer that I recommended you replace instead of have me work on it a year ago, and you decided you wanted to put money into it, and you wanted to drive an hour to drop it off. And I told you if there were problems, I wasn't going to be able to give you the support. And you said you were okay with it, and then you had a problem, and then I had to help you remotely for the next 3 days where I made no money because it was a warranty issue. And I warned you then to replace that network card, and you refused. So I'm going to tell you again what I told you a year ago, which is spend $15, go on Amazon, order the damn USB network card, plug it in, and I'm getting upset. And I'm saying, Doug, how do you not be in this scenario? Doug goes, because that customer knows when he calls me, I'm going to start billing him for time. As soon as we get into the phone call, they already know I'm going to start charging them. So if he wants to talk to me for an hour about it, if he wants me to do 3 days of research, I'm going to bill him for it the whole time. I am happy either way. Customer wants me to fix it, no problem, let me start the clock. But because I'm trying to help people in a way that I think is like the help I would want, which is, let me tell you how you can do this yourself, you don't have to pay me. But he doesn't find that an acceptable answer. And I don't want to do the work. I've already done this job. I've already told you how to permanently fix this problem forever for $15. And I've told you if you don't like that, you can bring the machine in, drop it off, and I'll charge you for doing the diagnostic work, and I'll call you when it's ready. And we can keep going around and around and around as long as you want to. But I'm not driving out to pick it up, and I'm not driving out to drop it off. You were outside of my service area, and I warned you of this a year ago, and he still did it anyway. So we were just getting into that, and then it was like, Doug's like, hey, I gotta go. But I got what I needed to hear out of it, which is I just gotta charge people for stuff that I thought I was being helpful, and all it's doing is making me miserable because not everybody is on board with that kind of help. And Doug, that never happens to Doug because he would never do that for free. That's what he's made clear. And all of his clients know he doesn't do that for free. He's never set that precedent. That's why it's good to wrestle a little bit. And Ryan with a $1 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Ryan. Mark Gaines with a £5 super chat. Carrie, just to clear up the confusion, the PC you remoted into was the AMD one. And it's my HP laptop that has the TPM problem. Okay. Well, I'm assuming you've been working with Nick with the TPM misreporting in the optimization tool, because we're not convinced. I was talking to Nick about it. Nick thinks that computer has other problems, but I didn't realize we were talking about two different computers. I thought we're talking about the same computer. So MX6521 in the chat says, no, corn on the cob Mexican style, or corn on a cup Mexican style is the best with the right ingredients. It's a thing of beauty. If I'm not there, start without me. I don't think you can. I mean, my personal taste, you have your personal taste. My personal taste is leave it alone. You can only make it worse. But everybody's taste is different. So what's true for me may not be true for you. And of course, the other way as well. Mark Gaines says, yeah, I sent the files over to Nick at D7X Tech so he can look at the diagnostics to see why that. So Mark Gaines has a laptop, I guess, where TPM is turned on, but the optimization tool says TPM is not turned on. But everywhere I know to check verifies TPM is on. It's in the device manager. It shows that it's running and it's active. So the question is, did HP do something different in their laptop BIOS that the optimization tool is misdetecting? Or is there more than this going on the laptop? There's actually some kind of file corruption, and this is just scratching the surface. So as long as you're working with Nick on that, I'm going to stand aside, and as long as you two are talking together, if it is an optimization tool issue, that makes our tool better by identifying that. On the other hand, if it's an issue with the laptop, that'll make your laptop better by isolating that out, and then we know which way to point the finger, because we don't know right now. Last I talked to Nick, it's not all adding up. It's not making sense to him either. So yeah, just keep working with Nick, and then follow up with me. Let me know how that works out, how that progresses. But if you were to reinstall Windows 11 on your laptop, it couldn't hurt anything. And then if you run the Windows 11 optimization tool and it still says TPM is off after a reinstall, then it's more than likely the tool. But then the question is, what's different about your laptop than every single computer we've tested this on? And that's what we need to know. Is it just a file corruption? And if so, it's not just going to be affecting TPM. It's probably affecting a bunch of other stuff that you just don't realize. So if you want to do that, but at the same time, I'm also suggesting follow Nick's advice. But that is something you could do on your own if you were just curious, because if the problem goes away, then it was never Nick's tool to issue to begin with. All right, guys, I think that'll wrap it up for us for today. We've gone a bit long, but you know, this is what we're hoping for when we do the open shows like this, that we're hoping for this kind of interaction, and I really appreciate it very much, because without the interaction, this show would have ended 2 hours ago. And with the interaction, well, time got away from me. I went a lot longer than I thought I was going to go, and that's a good thing. That means things are going well. Thank you all for joining me today. Thank you to Buster. Thanks to our friend Mark Gaines. Thanks for all the super chats that came in during today's live show, from Martin Hogg and Ryan in Canada, Mark Gaines and Dazo IRL, Peter in the Netherlands, David Graham, of course, and Peter again in the Netherlands. And thank you for your memberships, your support, your kindness, and your friendship. Thank you to Mara for all the work she does behind the scenes with the administrative work. Thanks again to our friends over at CD keys, VIP URCD keys, where I buy the Windows and Office licenses I need for my business, my clients, and you can also buy there. And that was playing Mitch's video. Mitch is in Hong Kong right now, enjoying his vacation. This is the VIP URCD keys website. This is what it looks like. You enter the coupon code of Carrie, you get an additional 25% off. And all the Windows and Office product links are in our video description below this video. They support their sales for 6 months, up to 6 months after the sale. So if you run into any problems, you reach out to them, they'll get them solved. And if you should somehow not get your problem solved, that would be very surprising. Reach out to us directly. We love hearing from you guys, by the way. So if you ever want to email us with show content ideas or questions you'd like us to address in a future show, this is how you reach us at this email address at the bottom of your screen. John Paul Bacon, there's a nice USB network adapter that's Wi-Fi. Oh, he doesn't need it. His Dell computer already has Wi-Fi. We're not talking about the Wi-Fi. We're talking about the wired connection. So to replace the wired connection, he just needs to buy a USB network interface card. There's nothing wrong with this built-in wireless. He doesn't want to use it. He wants to use his wired connection. But his wired connection is showing slow upload speeds because there's a defect in the design of the killer network card that Dell computer came with. So what I'm telling him is he can go on Amazon and buy just a USB to network adapter, no Wi-Fi. They're like $15. You plug it in, there's no driver. Plug your cable in, you got your full speed network back. Forever permanently fixed. It won't come back to bite you in the butt. But if I do what he wants me to do and I spend 3 days researching how to fix it like I did before, there's just going to be another update or something that breaks it again. This is never going to stop. But for $15, he can make it stop forever. He could also just use his Wi-Fi adapter, but he doesn't want to do that. So if he wants to pay me for this, you know, again, I'm fine with it, but he's at no point did he offer to pay me for this. In his mind, he was going to call me and I was going to tell him what we did to fix it a year ago. I have no recollection of how to fix it. He's the only customer that has that specific model of Dell that was afflicted with that specific problem. And that computer's got to be 10 years old now. So it's not like Dell's going to help him. They're going to say, buy a new one. That's old. But he doesn't want to hear that. Okay, so I'm giving you the answers, but you don't want to hear them. And I asked him, you know, I just said point blank, I said, look, I feel like we're going around and round in circles, and I'm not trying to be mean. I've given you the answer. Is there some reason you will not buy from Amazon and put this little USB adapter on? Because I'll buy it for you. Is money tight, or you don't know how Amazon works? I'll order it for you, and I'll have it sent right to your door. At my cost, I will spend the $15 just so we can get over this phone call, and you will never ever call me about this again. I'm willing to pay for it. Well, I just know that the card worked. Okay, you're not answering my question. I've given you the answer to permanently solve the problem. That's what you called me for, wanting to know. I'm not withholding the fix from you. I don't know what it is, and I don't want to do the days of research. If you want to do days of research, have at it. I'm not telling you nobody can fix it. I'm saying I can get this problem fixed for you forever, and you can do it yourself by going to Amazon and ordering one of these adapters. Well, the only reason it broke is because the Windows 11. It doesn't matter. There's going to be another reason. It's going to break again, and it's going to break again after that. This is never going to. You see how I'm getting frustrated because I'm not being heard. And then I'm wondering, I'm not even getting paid. What am I doing? And he's pissed off because he thinks I'm not answering his question. And I'm getting pissed off because he won't listen. You think he's ever going to call me back? And do you think I care? It's so preposterous. And Doug's like, yep, The minute I start helping people over the phone, they know my clock runs, and they're going to get billed for that phone call. So they can keep me on the phone as long as they want. And I said, well, there's something I really need to think about. Maybe this process of trying to look out for people to help people is actually causing me harm. And it isn't really helping them at all. It's so frustrating. It's like somebody's drowning and you throw them a lifesaver, life raft. And they go, no, I don't want to be saved with a life raft. You're drowning. You're asking for help. Yeah, but I don't want that kind of help. Okay, bye. Sorry, I tried. No, I want you to get in the water and then swim out to me and then bring me back. No, that water's cold. I'm not getting in it. Grab the life raft. I'll pull you in. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, what do? Find somebody else to save you. I tried to save you. Why do I feel bad about it? Ricky says maybe he'd prefer a PCIe card instead if he doesn't trust USB. I'm not recommending that he open the computer. I'm not recommending that he use a screwdriver on the computer. I'm not recommending that he modify the computer in any way. Because if he knew how to do that, he probably wouldn't have needed to bring the computer to me to begin with. That started all this. If he had the capability of doing that, he could have done everything I did all by himself. I'm giving him the cheapest and easiest, most painless solution. Buy the network cable adapter, the USB, plug the USB in, plug your network cable in, and you're done forever. You've rid yourself of the problem. Now, if you want to solve this some other way, you don't need me on the phone. You've already got it figured out. Have fun with it. If you're calling me, you're asking me my opinion, knowing what I know of this customer and his limited capabilities of, being able to lift this thing up. It's a heavy computer, and he's an older gentleman, and, let's face it, this stuff doesn't get easier for us as we get older, especially dexterity in our fingers. So I'm saying, I don't encourage people like that to open their machines up. Just plug a USB adapter in. This is the professional advice you've asked for. And if you want to ask somebody else for different advice, I'm not stopping you. Maybe some other professional will recommend he open the computer. Then when he opens the computer and says his drive doesn't work anymore, what did that PCIe card? Then you find out he unplugged the drive unknowingly when he was in there. And he insists that he didn't. Because we had that conversation too a year ago, that his drive wasn't showing up. And I looked at the computer remotely and I said, that drive's not plugged in. He goes, yes, it is. I said, no, it isn't. It's not plugged in. I gave it to you plugged in. You unplugged it. No, I didn't. I said, you did. Humor me. Take a picture of it with your phone and send it to me. Show me it's plugged in. Let me call you back. Picture never came in. He calls me back. My apologies. I forgot I disconnected the drive earlier. And this is why they make medicine. All right, guys, that'll wrap it up. Thank you again for watching. Thanks to Mara, of course, for all the work she does behind the scenes as our channel administrator. Our friends over at VIP-URCDKEys, we appreciate their allowing the discount for our viewers. And that they, unlike other software sellers online, they really stand behind the product if you have any problems. Like I said, the first 6 months after you buy it, they got your back. They're not going to have your back forever, but for 6 months, that should be pretty well situated that it works or doesn't work. And if you run into any other issues with anything we're promoting or endorsing here, and you're not getting the satisfaction that I tell you you're going to, let us know. We'll make it right. And I can say that because it very rarely happens. It does happen sometimes, but it's very rare We want to make sure you guys come first. We want to look after you and make sure that you know everything needs to be done here on YouTube, the same as I would run it if it were my business and you were my real customer. There's no difference there. So if I sold it or I recommend it, it's on me if it isn't the way I say it is. And feel free to call me on that if you ever run into that situation. And that's going to wrap it up for me for today. Thanks to all the members, of course, and as always. And we'll look forward to seeing you all on Sunday at 1 o'clock. That's 12 p.m. Pacific. It's 1 o'clock Phoenix, 3 p.m. Eastern. We hope you'll join us then. Until next time, bye for now.